welcoming Lieutenant Colonel Keith Marshall from the Kansas Guard. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Good morning. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Keith Marshall with the Adjutant General's Department. This morning, you're going to hear from the three entities of our department. So I'll represent and testify about the department overall and the Kansas National Guard. Angie Morgan will follow me and talk about Kansas Division of Emergency Management. And then Dave Young will close it out for us from Kansas Office of Homeland Security and Kansas Intelligence Fusion Center. So see, I've got a presentation here that we'll go through. I'm going to skip the department overview that we normally do just for sake of time because we have a lot to talk about this morning and things that are of interest to us and concerning to us. So all that's publicly available on our website. If you're interested, it's in our annual report. So we're going to jump right into things that we're concerned about, and that's counter unmanned aerial systems. We think this is one of the biggest risks to the state of Kansas right now. But as we'll talk about as we go through this, it also presents a lot of opportunity for us. So I will explain what that looks like as we get into it. So what does the drone threat look like that we're concerned with? So first of all, on the military side of things, we've had a lot of drone incursions at U.S. Air Force bases around the country. There have been over 600 of these drone incursions just since 2022, and this data is a few months old, so it's probably been quite a few more than that. Langley Air Force Base really experienced a heavy concentration of these drone incursions. Over 17 days, they had near mid-air collisions between unknown UAS systems and their F-22s to the point where they actually had to move their operations off-site. So really, one, a danger to flight and to the personnel, and two, impacting to the missions that they had. So this attack in Jordan was really a paradigm shift for us in early 2024. We had 3 U.S. troops killed and 34 injured by a drone attack. This was the first time in 70 years that U.S. forces were killed by an aerial attack. So we've had air superiority, air supremacy for 7 decades because of how good our air forces are until this moment. So it's not the super sophisticated 5th generation fighters, the stealth bombers that got us. It's the small unmanned aircraft that are fairly low sophistication, low technology, easy for anyone to use. And so that really exposed a lot of vulnerabilities to what this can do against our concentrated forces. So we've really seen this develop during the Russia-Ukraine war. Ukraine has integrated first-person video drones into every brigade that they have involved in this war. These things can cost less than $500. They can proliferate them to a lot of their ground forces, and they use them to attack personnel, but also to hit critical infrastructure, strategic points in the war. This really culminated in June with Operation Spiderweb. So Ukraine showed a pretty incredible capability. They struck 4,300 miles beyond their border into Russia. We were not aware really that they had that capability to go that deep with this. They smuggled these drones over the course of many, many months into Russia. And this attack really had a lot of strategic impacts in that they destroyed 41 aircraft, causing $7 billion in damage and destroying 34% of Russia's strategic cruise missile fleet. So pretty amazing impact that you can have from relatively low technology UAVs. What's interesting in this attack is that they used the Russian mobile networks against them for guidance. So Russia would not have been able to counteract that without shutting off their own network and basically blinding themselves. So interesting tactics there. We've also seen it in the Iran and Israel theater as well. Israel has used similar tactics to smuggle UAVs into Iran in containers and trucks, suitcases, and they've taken out air defenses, surface-to-air missile launchers. They've also used it for targeted assassinations. not just on military personnel, but on scientists that are working on the Iranian nuclear program as well. So they went beyond the purely military targets and went into the nuclear science realm as well in their targeting. So it's also a concern for us in the protecting critical infrastructure perspective. So this is an example from over 5 years ago now. Very low sophistication. It's just a DJI quadcopter that an unknown person or group of people hung copper wires from and flew it around an electrical substation to try to short out that substation. So you can see that it doesn't take a whole lot to produce an attack like this. Between 2015 and 2019, there have been 57 drone incursions around U.S. nuclear reactors. So there are actors that are interested in impacting our critical infrastructure in that way. They're also interested in using drones for espionage against U.S. Companies in the private sector. So these are some examples on the east and west coasts of incursions at Apple, Tesla, and Meta. But as you can imagine, with all the defense industry that we have here in Kansas, that there are actors that are interested in using drone espionage against what we have going on here in Kansas as well. Pretty major impacts recently to airports in Scandinavia. So just over a 3-day period in September, there were over 500 drone sightings across Norway and Denmark. 5 major airports impacted, some of them temporarily shut down. Affected not just civilian operations, but military operations as well, because many of these sites have not just civilian commercial flights, but military operations as well. So a lot of disruptions, including at bases hosting 5th generation F-35s in those European countries. Also a pretty serious concern for law enforcement as well. The Department of Homeland Security detects 10,000 drone flights a month around the border area, and then 300 incursions across the border a day. Cartels have already used explosive drones to attack and kill Mexican soldiers, and cartel leadership has ordered drone attacks on U.S. Border Patrol agents. So Homeland Security and FBI really think it's only a matter of time before we see targeted drone attacks against U.S. law enforcement. So definitely a concern for us there. So all this to say that this is a game-changing time for us. Our former Chief of Staff of the Air Force, General David Alvin, called it a wake-up moment, and what we thought was impenetrable before is not because of these UAVs. So this is normally a build slide in PowerPoint. It just shows some things that we're concerned about here in Kansas. So we start out with our military bases. We have 3 major federal military installations at Fort Leavenworth, Fort Riley, and McClellan Air Force Base. Moving into critical infrastructure like Wolf Creek Nuclear Power Plant, NBAF around Manhattan, looking at agriculture that is susceptible to drone threats, oil refineries and pipelines, all the way up to the World Cup, mass gathering events where you have a lot of people in one place, as we expect to host some training sites for the World Cup next year. Definitely concerning to us to develop countermeasures for this problem set. So why is Kansas uniquely suited to help our country solve this issue? One is we have the airspace. We already have 8 designated military operational areas by the FAA. Those are special use areas to support military training activities. We have Smoky Hill International Guard Range near Salina, which is one of the largest ranges in the United States. And what's unique about that range is that we have complete control over it. It's a National Guard range. So unlike the active duty ranges in other states that have very busy active duty missions, we can control 100% what goes on at that range. So as we look to get after this problem set, we can repurpose some of the training time on that range to get after the counter-UAS threat. We also have the 184th Wing down at McClellan Air Force Base that is very uniquely positioned to get after this because of the missions that they have. So there are 90 wings across the United States in the Air National Guard. Only 7 of them do not fly aircraft. So this is one of those 7 that don't fly aircraft, so they have very specialized missions. As I mentioned, they have the largest range in the Air National Guard. They have a couple decades of air battle management experience and airspace command and control. They have NSA-certified cyber red teams, so they can look at the cyber threat involved in UAS and how to counteract UAVs using cyber methods. They have U.S. Cybercom cyber vulnerability hunt threat mitigation teams. 2 decades of unmanned ISR experience there, as well as about 5 to 6 years of artificial intelligence machine learning development with their Center of Excellence there. So what we've really built, unknowingly for this problem set, but over the last 2 decades, really built a single source wing of action for the Air Force and the Air National Guard to get after this UAS problem set. So earlier this summer, Secretary Hegseth released a memo called Unleashing U.S. Military Drone Dominance. The 3 lines of effort that he highlighted in this memo are: we need to bolster U.S. drone manufacturing, power the technological leap ahead of our adversaries, and then train with these things as we expect to fight. And you'll notice that a couple of those things are not purely military problems, right? The U.S. military is not going to do drone manufacturing ourselves. So we have to look outside, and we have to create those partnerships with the private entities, with the academic research institutions who have the capability to do the technological leap and do the manufacturing if we want to be effective in this space. On the Air Force side, Air Combat Command stood up a Point Defense Task Force in September. This task force their mission is to protect our installations and our aircraft against UAV threats. So they had a call for units who are interested in participating in this. We did bid on this, and after about 6 weeks of putting our airmen out there and showing the capability that they have, we were selected as one of the 2 units to host this mission at McCall Air Force Base and Smoky Hill Range. So we're going to partner with an active duty wing, the 319th Reconnaissance Wing out of North Dakota, and we're going to start working these problems for the Air Force, get after development of counter UAS technologies, and testing it out at the tactical level, how we actually counteract these threats. Really exciting partnership for us. A lot of good things going on in this realm in North Dakota. Good partnerships up there with the University of North Dakota and a company called GuardSky. That's a public-private partnership between Grand Forks Air Force Base and private industry. And so we think that they have a model that we can replicate here in Kansas and use our expertise to really be a force multiplier for that mission. Additionally, the Department of Defense or Department of War as a whole, they established a joint interagency task force to get after the drone threat from a departmental perspective. One of the keys of this is that they are going to establish a dedicated counter small UAS test and training range within 30 days. So we are making the case to the Army as the primary initiator of this. We're making the case to the Army that Smoky Hill Range here in Kansas would be a great place to have this mission, especially now that the Air Force has chosen it for its counter-UAS mission. So our congressional delegation is pretty heavily involved in conversations at the Department of War level, and we hope to play a part in that going forward as well. Some of the other things we have to offer here in Kansas are great partnerships with our academic institutions that are doing advanced research and development in the UAS realm. Wichita State Innovation Campus and National Institute for Aviation Research down there. KU has a defense programs and KU test flight lab. And then K-State Salina, obviously in Salina near Smoky Hill, has been doing UAV operations for years. And then they also have some partnerships with Fort Riley already. So they've established that public-private partnership as well. And then the Wichita area is the air capital of the world. Been aviation pioneers there for over a century. And so I think we just build on that and capitalize on the aerospace knowledge and expertise base that is already here in Kansas and continue to grow that towards the next generation of aerospace industry and threats. On the private sector, too, we have really unique capabilities here in the state. Kelly Hills is a company here in Kansas that is the largest commercial ag operation in the U.S. They have worked with the FAA to establish the first UAS test range in the country. So there are 8 of these test ranges. 7 of them are publicly held. This is the only one that is private. So a very advanced company here that's doing UAS operations. KDOT has a pretty advanced UAS program as well. And so we're working with them to advance our initiatives. Salina Airport itself is a really valuable piece of this. It's former Schilling Air Force Base, has a 12,000-foot runway. They've already conducted beyond visual line of sight operations under an FAA program. Just really well suited for growth in this area there in Salina. Kansas just has a lot going for it. You know, we're a central location in the country. As I mentioned, we have a lot of airspace already. We have over a century of great history in the aerospace industry. The military, we have Unified Action Team from McConnell Air Force Base, Fort Riley, Fort Leavenworth, the Kansas National Guard, all together. Great expertise, the academic piece. Government, great meetings that we've had so far between the Department of Commerce, Transportation, Agriculture, us and the Adjutant General's Department, the Attorney General's Office, law enforcement with the KBI and KHP, and then Legislature as well. And then the private industry piece that I mentioned. This really has the potential of a huge economic impact in Kansas if we can show that we are a place to grow these and where private companies want to come and work on those public-private partnerships with us and develop that dual-use technology that supports both national security and commerce. So lines of effort, one for us was securing that Point Defense Battle Lab from Air Combat Command. Check, we got that. Now we're working out with Air Combat Command exactly what that looks like and what tasks that they're going to ask us to do. Number two is securing Smoky Hill as a test range for that joint interagency task force. We want to build out test ranges and airspace corridors so we can do beyond visual line of sight operations, concentrating on Salina Airport to Smoky Hill, Fort Riley to Salina, McConnell Air Force Base to Salina, and then over to Leavenworth and Topeka, Forbes Field as well. So that will really allow us to create those partnerships where they can use our airspace and our ground maneuver space as well. So from there, we want to integrate everything into emergency and disaster response as well for the state of Kansas. There's a lot of opportunity to leverage U.S. capabilities to protect critical infrastructure, to secure mass gathering events, our emergency management assistance compact, and working FEMA and Homeland Security missions as well. From there, we can be a site for the Department of War to develop collaborative combat aircraft missions. That's where you have one manned aircraft and several drones that are flying with it. Advanced air mobility, which is unmanned flying of cargo from one place to another. Use our experience in the artificial intelligence machine learning realm to enable intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, use our cyber resilience and red teaming to make these systems more resilient to cyber attacks. Work with, especially the Army, to develop joint training and doctrine. That is done a lot at Fort Leavenworth, so we have that in the state as well. And then build out that academic innovation and talent pipeline as well. So really the bottom line is that we have the resources, we have the expertise, we have the experience here in Kansas, and we're ready now to lead that transformation in how America prepares for and prevails in the unmanned battle space. And we're standing by for more missions here and funding and everything that comes along with that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for any questions you might have.
Any questions for Colonel Marshall? Yes, Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great presentation. It's good to see you again.
Sir.
I have a question for you, a quick question. Earlier this week, I was driving by I-35 through Merriam, close to Representative Owsley's area, and there were two battle-ready helicopters hovering, and I was just kind of wondering where they came from and why they were doing that, if you can have any answers for that.
So without knowing any specifics, we do have quite a bit of helicopter training in the state. Do you know what kind they were by chance? So we've got the Army Reserve has Chinook helicopters, at least for not much longer, but they may have still been flying. That's near Olathe. The Army National Guard has helicopter units here in Topeka and also in Salina that conduct a lot of training around the state. And then the 1st Infantry Division at Fort Riley has pretty extensive helicopter operations too. So not terribly unusual to see helicopters flying around. And even, low-level flying and things like that in the state. But I don't know about the specifics. I could check into it and get back with you, sir.
Curiosity was why they were flying in that populated area, by Advent Hospital and all that, right?
Yeah, it could depend on what kind of training they're conducting and what they're trying to accomplish through that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Senator Clues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this presentation. It's good to see our response to all this when just a few years ago, it seemed like there was a lot of naysayers on the ability for these drones to have software that was penetrated by China and different areas. But my question is, as far as like commercial, when we think of our commercial flights, and obviously military has the capability to track these, but these the smaller ones, then you got the big ones that can carry, for ag, chemicals and stuff. Do our commercial airlines have the ability to track these smaller ones? And
So it's kind of a layered system. There's no one solve everything approach to it. The larger ones that fly higher have to be tracked in one way, and the lower flying ones that fly slower. You'd be surprised it's actually harder to track something that's flying slower. So yeah, that's how we're working with KDOT and with the FAA to develop out those systems and those ground-based radars that detect that, and the sense and avoid systems. So that's what we're looking to enhance in the state. There is capability, but it could always be improved on, I would say.
just maybe one follow-up. So are they using a lot of, and do you see this going kind of into the commercial laser capabilities to shoot them down?
I think we're going to be testing everything from kinetic methods to shoot things down to non-kinetic, where you hack the command link to it and either bring it down or take it over. So I think as far as the testing goes in the state, I think everything's in the realm of possible right now.
Senator Bowser, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Colonel Marshall, for your testimony today. I agree with you 100%. I think Kansas is ideally positioned for the drone fight here in the future. Smoky Hills is in my Senate district. I was just at that facility a few months ago. I think they have the largest ag drone conference in the country, and it was a wonderful event, several hundred people there, maybe 300 people there. NIAR, my son's doing an internship right now at NIAR, so those capabilities there at Wichita State and the NIAR facility are just, they're state-of-the-art world.
They are, yes.
And I think, again, with the Smoky Hill Range and the Army's 1st Infantry Division, again, I think Kansas is ideally positioned to really kind of lead the fight here. And I had a similar question to Senator Clues. I was interested in the technology. I don't know if it's going to be kind of electronic jamming or something. And then my other question really was the time frame and what are the next steps? Where do we go from here? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, Senator. On the military side, so we're I guess it's been 2 weeks ago today that the announcement was made that we're going to have this mission. So we're in the very early phases of developing out that partnership and what the draft order is going to look like. So we expect to have the order from the Air Force in hand within a few weeks, and then I think we'll know more about exactly what we're being asked to do. But I kind of have a lot of the same questions right now of what exactly we're going to be doing to get after this. But we hope to know in a very short period of time. Yes, sir, we'll do.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following on the heels of that, I would be interested to know what the legislature could do to provide either whether it's resources or if there ends up being any kind of law out there that is hamstringing. We'd like to have that identified so that we can potentially address such a thing. We want to make sure, or at least I want to make sure, can't speak for these other folks, but I want to make sure that we are not in the way and that we are helping contribute to this, as it does have the ability to be something that's rather large here in the state of Kansas. Thank you, Colonel.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. Those are great points. As of right now, we don't have any resourcing funding requests from the legislature. We're working with Department of Commerce, Transportation, and other government entities here in the state, looking at funding that's already been allocated that we might be able to use towards this, that could fulfill multiple purposes. But as we grow this project and as we develop it out, we'll have a better idea of what that looks like down the road. We're still in the very early phases right now.
Senator Clues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kind of coming off of a meeting we had yesterday with the World Cup and security, and the law enforcement is, in my opinion, doing great, just getting everything put together for safety factors. When you think of all the people, 650-some thousand people coming in these targeted areas, are we preparing for that? Are you guys preparing for that? Is there a liaison there?
Senator, yes. So Angie Morgan, who comes after me, has been attending all the World Cup meetings with emergency management. She could probably speak to that better than I could, hopefully. But yes, we have been involved in all the planning, all the security planning, the multi-state effort with us in Missouri and then Kansas City local area. We've been involved in the planning for that since the beginning of it. So are we 100% prepared for everything that could possibly happen? I don't know that we could ever be, but I think by the time it gets here, we'll be as prepared as we can be.
Following on that, that was one of the questions I wanted to ask. They talked yesterday about the CBRN capabilities that you're going to be providing as part of the World Cup. Are there any other missions that you have, consequence management, anything like that?
So on the military side, the 73rd Civil Support Team, which is our CBRN unit, is going to be the primary one. Outside of that, it's really our civilian entities in the Fusion Center and emergency management that will be involved. But we're also exploring, right now the civil support teams don't have a counter UAS mission, but as they're tasked with protecting all of these types of events, they're exploring what that could look like and talking to Washington, D.C. about maybe we could be a pilot site for testing some of the integration out on how they could protect against UAS threats as well.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. If you're able, after you're done testing this UAS technology, would you be willing to share it with our Department of Corrections? They've had issues with drones dropping narcotics and phones into our prisons. So if you could share that when you find out, that'd be awesome.
Absolutely, yeah, and I will just highlight that right now, within the U.S., the only entities that are able to actually bring down drones are federal law enforcement. We don't have that ability in the state. Louisiana just passed a law, which was the first in the country to allow state and local law enforcement to bring down UASs. So that may be something that the state of Kansas would be interested in exploring in the future. Not really something for me to get into because it's a law enforcement issue, but just for your awareness that that's out there.
Yeah, we'd definitely be interested in that. I didn't realize that. So these drone attacks that you reviewed in the beginning, are those autonomous drones? Are those drones controlled by an individual? How do those work?
I'd say it's really a mix. So a lot of the ones that are being used on the battlefield are controlled by the soldiers on the battlefield. The ones that are used in the more strategic level attacks where they're smuggled into a country, those are more autonomous.
And it's been a while since I've been in the military, but I remember, we were always pretty vehement about there's a human in the kill chain. Right. Is that still going to be a policy for the United States?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are other countries binding themselves to that too, or are they using kind of autonomous strike without a human?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. That's a good question. I'll have to look into that.
So these over-the-horizon, kind of out-of-line-of-sight capabilities that y'all are working on, it's still a human in control, but yes, through a relay aircraft or something like that? Okay.
Yeah, right now when they transit, they have to have a chase aircraft, so either an airplane or a helicopter within visual line of sight of the UAS. But as we develop out better ground radars, better see and avoid systems, sense and avoid, that won't be as necessary. But there will still be humans on the ground controlling those.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Our next conferee is Angie Morgan from the Emergency Management.
Okay, good morning, and committee members. With your permission, I could address those World Cup. We've been planning with the state of Missouri and the metro counties for some time now, almost going on our second year. We're really ramping up those activities, about 4 or 5, 6 meetings a month now with various groups. We meet monthly with our emergency support function groups, which are primarily our state agencies. Some of the concerns that we have is that we're not going to have enough law enforcement resources across the nation because along with some of these other events, we also have the 200th or 250th anniversary of our nation, the regular events that go on, and then the challenges of it's tornado and severe storm season for Kansas. So how do you warn those people that are non-English or not familiar with tornadoes? We will need a state declaration, and the law is such that governor can only declare for 15 days. So that's something that I think Colonel Marshall's working on to extend that declaration period, what we think is going to be attainable, so we can activate our State Emergency Operations Center. We can do mission assignments to other state agencies, request federal resources, and then if we should need any resources through the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, that has to be in place. And then also, we're concerned about funding. We've heard so many rumors that our state won't get any funding, it'll go to host cities, and then how do we pay for that? So those are all discussions that we've engaged with the governor's office on, and then we'll have more intense conversations and information to provide when we have better information. But it's all hands on deck, and we're excited for our state to get some of the economy and the notoriety, but for those of us that have planned for the worst day, there's some bad scenarios, so we'll continue to work on that and brief you. If that answers your question. So we've been very busy since we last saw you. To date, we've received 5 presidential declarations, and we have 1 request that's pending. Those are not coming very timely, so we don't know when to anticipate that. I do know that Nebraska got theirs yesterday for the same time period, so we're hopeful that we'll hear something soon on that. In addition, we've conducted our damage assessments for flooding that occurred September 8th through the 12th, and FEMA is currently validating that information. The information that we have gathered looks likely that we'll request for a presidential again. So that brings our total up. I think it will be about 20 that we're managing at the end of this year. And we have full-time jobs, so it has been quite taxing on our staff. I think included in our letter you can see the number of storms. A few of the older ones are basically 1 or 2 projects that we've won appeals with, or then just our administrative closeout documents. When that project closes, it'll come back to the state for that. So that's encouraging, but the last 10 or so are pretty labor intensive. In addition, we were successful in getting some small business administration loans this year, and those went to Butler, Chase, Cowley, Elk Graham, Greenwood, Gove, Harvey Lane, Logan, Marion, Ness, Scott, Sedgwick, Sheridan, Sumner, Thomas, Trago, and Reno. And what those loans provide are to renters and business owners and homeowners that have suffered loss or economic loss due to severe storms that were included in the presidential declaration. The great thing about this is SBA's loans are 0 interest for 12 months, and they also defer that for 12 months. So that kind of takes the hardship off of that individual. If they're working with insurance proceeds, sometimes that can be very timely. Or if there's a federal disaster and FEMA comes in, sometimes that's a duplication and stuff. So that takes that burden off of that homeowner. And we are very happy to see that SBA made those changes the last 2 years. So to talk about challenges, I think the instability of the federal funding and then the complex reoccurring disasters that we're seeing on repetitive communities over and over again are most concern. We never want to have a Texas flooding, but that could occur with almost any place in Kansas, unfortunately, with that amount of rain and that amount of time. In both 24 and 25, the Federal Emergency Management reduced our Emergency Management Performance Grant, and we passed through a good portion of those funds to local emergency management so they can fund their emergency management programs and their salaries of their coordinators. In addition, other than salary, everything that our division provides or does has to benefit the locals. And so that's our number 1 priority, is that we're support to them, and let's make their life easier so they can comply with their state statutes and our state statutes and those requirements to have a comprehensive emergency management program. Further complicating this year's grant for 25, the period of performance did not start on October 1st, 2024, as the notice of funding opportunity stated when we applied, nor has it ever been like that. So we deficit spend for that first year based on when the budget's passed. So that's created, along with that grant, they've placed additional conditions on those grants, and there's just a lot of uncertainty for the states and the counties. We have been very transparent with our counties, advising them, how we could maybe proceed, so they'll get some funds this year. And there's just a lot of uncertainty yet because there's a lot of lawsuits well on the national level. And with the federal shutdown, we're not able to get any information from the higher-ups on that. I guess I just want to say in closing that we continue to fulfill our mission and will, regardless of the uncertainty and not being able to predict things. But it's going to take a federal and state investment in emergency management so our communities are prepared. The FEMA Review Council, as you know, on the national level is looking at options to either remove FEMA. FEMA won't look the same. That report's supposed to be out in December. But one message that's been really clear is that there'll be less resources and technical assistance and support from the federal government. And how do we build that capacity at the lowest level with the state supporting those? Our state's very rural, so, the joke is anything west of Wanamaker is, western Kansas. But those counties are going to need the support of the state. And I don't just mean emergency management, I mean all of our state partners and non-governmental agencies. So hate to leave you on a Debbie Downer, but that's kind of the world of emergency management on a daily basis. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the update. Can you remind us what that grant amount was? And you say in here in your testimony it was reduced, and kind of where it's at and what the expectation is.
Sure.
Dollar-wise, so we.
Well, thank you for the supplementals that legislature gave us the last 2 years because we weren't expecting that, and we didn't have to reduce our counties by too much. The reduction is about 17%, and that we need about $5 million of that. It's a 50-50 match, so we use the counties overmatched because we don't have the hard dollars. We get about $1 million and 1.4, I think, of state general funds to match about a $5 million grant. That grant this year is a little over $4 million that we received. And I can get you the exact figures if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I will add that we try to pass through 1.5 to 1.7 million of that to our locals.
Can you explain, what is the process by which you decide who gets what of that money at the county level?
Okay. We have an application, and they have to meet the minimum standards that are in the KAR 56-2-2. And then if there's any grant requirements in the EMPG from the feds. And normally those just apply to the state, but we make a priority as to what makes a good comprehensive emergency management program, and they comply with that, which basically is the regulation. It's a formula that was developed decades ago in partnership with the Kansas Emergency Management Association. We review that every 5-10 years. It's based on population, rural, economics, agriculture. Again, I could get you those percentages. And then the Homeland Security grant formula is the same formula, except theirs is by region. So that takes those counties and then puts that in that region.
So it's not practical for you to run through the entire regulation of what they have to meet, but can you give us a flavor of
Sure.
what are the requirements?
That they have to appoint a county emergency manager, that they have to take the certified emergency management courses within 2 years of their employment. They have to test their radio alert warning system, that they have to participate, I think it's in 3 exercises. Those exercises could be an orientation, which is just kind of a educational awareness piece, a tabletop where you talk it out around a table, go through the scenario. It could be a functional or full scale or just a drill testing one thing. So they have to activate their or use their emergency operations plan, basically, to do that test. They're scheduled on a 5-year schedule to review and update their local emergency operations plans, which we review. And in conjunction with that, we, the division, own the standards. So some years we remove requirements, some years we add requirements based on federal law or state law or something that is needed, like wildfires now. We require them to have pre-designated dip sites because that's one of our challenges now, and that speeds up recovery. Let's see. They have to do awareness to their citizens, and
It does, thank you. So when we talked yesterday to law enforcement from Wyandotte County, they were concerned about money too for World Cup. How is that going to be, if you get money from the federal government, is it going to be through the same process, or is there going to, I mean, what's going to be the adjudication of those dollars?
we've heard that the funds will either go to, and these are just rumors, that they'll go to the host city, which is Kansas City, Missouri, or they'll go to the Homeland Security grants, which the Highway Patrol administers. So we would be out of it if that were the case. To me, it's almost like the public assistance program where you have eligibility requirements, and these are emergency protective measures. You know, we know how to do that really well. And we'll be providing state EOC missions to any resources that we task so they can have that proof that they're eligible for any type of reimbursement if that should come through a different source.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. So has there been any effort on behalf of you or your department in order to reach out to members of Congress to ask for that money to flow to you instead of those other entities? You know, has any effort been made there?
Not that I'm aware. Not specifically, Keith says.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and I'd just say where I'm going with this is I think that the legislature needs to have a role. I mean, not that we don't trust y'all, or it's just, you know, I mean, it's a pretty critical mission. And I think that having more heads on it than less is probably good. Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just want to make sure that we're still engaging with our members of Congress. And the reason why is because if they end up writing this thing to where the legislature can't engage, then that could end up being a problem for us.
I understand it's already passed.
Okay.
But that, again, could be rumor. We will do business like we normally do legally under the Kansas Response Plan. So any type of state EOC missions that are vetted or resources that are requested will go through that same process. We're not deviating from that. So we have no concerns at all if the legislature wants to review that because we're going to follow the law in Kansas.
So a couple more. Let's see. You got a question? Okay, Senator Cluse. I don't want to.
Yeah, no,
I don't want to dominate the questioning here. Go ahead.
No, just along those same lines, it would be nice to have something that we can eyeball on that process and specifically how that downflow works. Because we got a lot of money as a state as well invested.
Yeah, we just passed tens of millions of
Yeah.
dollars for this thing, and the idea that all the cash is going to go across the border doesn't make me happy.
Thank you.
All right. So when we talked to law enforcement, they said that they were, at least in Wyandotte County, they were, the best acronym ever, Arctic, their operations center. It's even got a cool logo with a polar bear on it. So are you guys going to be operating or have a liaison there, or are you going to be out of Topeka? How do you guys plan during the actual event to do emergency management?
Those are things that we're working on right now. Our State Emergency Operations Center will be activated, but we have to have a state declaration. We think we may be activated as early as March because that's when they told us that the teams and some of the people will start arriving in Kansas. So it would primarily just be staffed a little bit in increased monitoring on behalf of KDM. Then we'll surge when there's an event. and probably go a period of maybe 72 hours of 24 hours with all of our emergency support functions. We'll go to a full activation, and then we'll scale back down and then keep going. The concerns are the fan fest that are not sanctioned that will just pop up, and then, you know, severe weather and those type of stuff. So we just don't want there to be any delay should we, if the counties need us. We plan on having a liaison at the Missouri State Emergency Operations Center, and they're going to send us one. We don't know about FEMA yet because of the shutdown, so they really can't commit. And then we're still working on the command and control elements, because you've got the Kansas and the Missouri, and you've got the locals. Our laws are different, our declarations are different. So we'll have a liaison there, and then we plan to have a liaison in Douglas, Wyandotte, and Johnson counties as well. And those, we will not have resources at the incident command post and like at their department operation centers, but wherever there's a potential for a lack of communication or breakdown significantly, then we'll want to have some of our people there. And if we don't have enough resources, we'll use the expertise of some of our emergency support function partners, like the fire marshal, KDHE, whoever that might be, and where they're needed.
Are there any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay, so Dave Young is next. Is this, is your entire brief executive session? Okay, all righty. So how much time do you think you need? 30 minutes? Okay. Let's see. Okay. All right, committee, I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Kansas Security be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters related to the Kansas Intelligence Fusion Center security measures with the appropriate individuals pursuant to KSA 754319B12C, because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 144 south of the State House at 1020, and to record this motion, if adopted, as part of the committee's permanent records. Do I have a second? Second from the vice chairman. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. All right, motion carries, and we are So if you could bring it up so I can make the motion. Okay, committee, I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Kansas Security be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss matters related to the Kansas Intelligence Fusion Center security measures with the appropriate individuals pursuant to KSA 75-4319B12C, because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures. That the committee resume the open meeting in room 144 south of the State House at 10:35, and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent records. Do I have a second? Second from the vice chairman. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're back in executive session. Sorry, everybody. We'll be All right, thank you for everybody's patience with our extended executive session. We're a little bit behind, but not too bad. I would like to get back on track here with Samir Arif from the administration.
Good. All right. Good afternoon. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Samir Arif. I am Chief of Staff for the Department of Administration. I'm standing in for Frank Burnham, who couldn't be here today. In your packet, there should be some written testimony that's just sort of goes over a lot of the updates, security updates that we've done over the last couple of months. I have Jordan Brewer here, who is our new general counsel, just joined us a couple months ago. I also have Captain Bixel and Major Johnson here to help me. They actually worked very closely with Frank on most of this stuff. I'm just a pretty face up here. So first thing I want to mention, mail scanning. All mail that comes into the Capitol now goes through our mail processing facility out by Division of Printing out on McVicker now. So everything goes through a scanning process before it gets here. The surveillance and access control system, central monitoring and dispatch operations are now fully operational with the upgraded camera systems. We're working through the process of updating everybody's identification badges in the Capitol complex. We're about 75% of the way through. We expect to be through, but before the end of the year. So as you guys have seen, docking is up and running now. We've gotten the agencies moved in there. I hope you guys have all seen the invitation for the event we're holding next Thursday morning for the ribbon cutting. I hope you can all be there. Screening there is going to be very much like it is down here. We've gotten some new X-ray machines because we're going to be connected through the tunnel. People have to go through the same screening they do here that they will at docking. For the State House garage, there's been a number of updates we've made. Wi-Fi coverage, we expect all levels of the parking garage to be covered by Wi-Fi before the end of the year. The radio frequency, the reader systems for the vehicle mounted stickers, we expect those to be also distributed by about December through LAS for each legislators to have, it's like a K tag on your car to make it just easier to have access to the State House garage. And really the last thing I'd mention is really just we've gotten the traffic planners, the bollards, the security measures around the outsides of the buildings. Those are all operational. The pop-up bollards we're still working on. Those should be operational again by the end of the year. So that's last thing I would mention, the Capitol Police Guard Station's been remodeled in Landon, Curtis, and Eisenhower. So a lot of new visible sorts of things we've done to sort of harden the Capitol complex a little bit. But I didn't want to read the entire thing to you. There's a lot of good information in here. Like I said, I've got KHP here to help if for any questions y'all may have.
Are there any questions? Wow, this is the quickest testimony we've ever had in the Kansas Security Committee. Senator Peck, you're not getting off that easy.
Nope, happy to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the things you just mentioned, the pop-up, whatever.
Bollards, yes, sir.
You also mentioned the K-tag type of a card.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes I need to come to the visitor center. Mm-hmm. Will the card drop or will they, how often will the pop-ups be up and down?
The pop-ups will only come up in Major Junction.
There's no bollards. So the Horseshoe Drive, where the visitor center is, there will not be the pop-up bollards there. They're only on the west and the east side where the ceremonial drive is at. So we're just getting rid of the PVC pipe gate, and there'll be the hydraulic bollards that'll go up and down. But that'll just be for, access up there.
Captain, could you state your name and everything for the record so that...
Captain Brandon Bixel, I'm the commander for Capitol Police.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious because today it's raining and I usually walk from the apartment. Okay. And then you said that you were just a pretty face that's subject to opinion.
I'll take it.
Senator Cluse, eat that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll disregard my colleague. Actually, this is for Captain.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. So I want to talk a little bit about this mailing piece. I have gone through some things the last year, I'm not going to mention here, threats, different things, and recently received something in the mail again. So home addresses, we talked in our Senate retreat about, not disclosing our home addresses. Unfortunately, with the internet, people can find about anything. But maybe just what is protocol as legislators? Do we, like, so the Capitol Police, do you kind of have jurisdiction over us? Should we be bringing any and all information to you, or first to like local PD or Sheriff's Department, or can you kind of educate us a little bit? What's the protocol there?
So if you want to talk about the mail or if you want to talk about whatever, obviously, your local jurisdiction is going to be your first call. They're there right there with you. They would know a lot of the people that you might get something from. Obviously, we are always at your disposal as well. So if you get a piece of mail that you find threatening, you can run that through us. It's not really an emergency situation, right? So it's something we could dive into. We could have our intel analysts look at it, do a little deeper dive into it. But if it's something on an emergency side, then obviously call your local jurisdiction. But let us know too, because we want to know what's going on with you guys. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Okay, yeah, I think you kind of gave a little direction. And have we had any follow-up on the white powder or anything more on any of that?
No, I know, I'm pretty sure that went to the FBI, and I haven't heard anything about that since.
Okay, well, thank you.
Since you're standing up there, has there been, we heard yesterday from KBI about kind of the, and a little bit from the Highway Patrol about kind of the increased just threat environment for public officials. Are you seeing that at your end? Is there an increase in the number of threats and incidents?
There's an increase in the number of unhappy people. So I don't know if I would call all of them threats, but people are getting their word out there. So there has been an increase in that, yes.
Any other questions? Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Samir, under State House grounds events, the bullet point says that it required those submitting applications for reservation of the event space to acknowledge policy prior to submitting requests. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
So the policy was just recently revised. So, when organizations want to have an event in the Capitol or the Capitol complex, it's just there's sort of more detail required.
So it's just kind of compliance with our policy, not.
Correct.
What is your policy you're here to advocate for? Yeah. Oh, okay. I read that and thought I'd clear up some confusion.
Yeah,
Thank you.
most definitely.
So I don't know if this would be a question for you or for the Capitol Police. So there is a lot of new technology out there for identifying firearms being brandished, AI-enabled, overlay for existing cameras. Are we using that in the Capitol?
That might be a question for.
Good morning. Major Johnson. I'm over Protective Service Bureau, which includes Capitol Police. We are starting to look at some of that technology. What we're finding is a lot of it's still pretty new. We were actually approached by a company if we wanted to test it. Unfortunately, they were at a point where it would take too long to do a screening process. And so they said, well, we're trying to get it down to like 2-3 seconds. I said, well, when you get it there, come back and let us know, because we can't have people standing coming into the visitor center for even 3 minutes. That if you have a school bus or a tour group and everyone has to stand 3 minutes to get screened for that technology to read that. We're just not quite there yet. The answer to your question is there is technology out there. We're actively pursuing that, seeing what's available. If I could write the script, I'd love it if you walk in and it reads you and it sends it to our camera system that this person has a weapon. Depending what we ended up doing with that concealed carry and that aspect of it, at least we're aware. If it's allowed in a vehicle, at least we have identified people that we know have a weapon.
What I was specifically thinking about, I know of one company, and this isn't an endorsement, but Zero Eyes has a technology where they monitor your cameras, and they have an AI overlay that can detect people who are actually brandishing a weapon. And they have a human in the loop who verifies that, yes, that's a weapon, and then they immediately call first responders at the location. Have you guys, do we have that already, or are we looking at it?
We do not.
Okay.
But we are starting to explore all those avenues. And that's something that can be utilized in other state office buildings where you have different screening procedures. Here at the Capitol, like I said, it's different because of the time it takes to read that. You have to look at it. It's kind of like when you go fly KCI and you have to stand in that machine and make a funny position. And that's kind of what that's doing. But it's a little more involved in that, and so it just takes time to get an accurate scan.
I think we're talking past ourselves. What this does is the cameras around the building. So if somebody's standing in the rotunda and they pull out a weapon, there's somebody watching the camera in the rotunda, and
it flags it.
It flags it and immediately notifies you guys.
I believe our current system is capable of that. It just needs the enhancements in order to do that. The Avigilon system that we went to, it's not part of that, but I believe, my understanding, it can be added to it.
Okay.
But we are exploring all that. I want to make that clear. We are looking at all these avenues, and we work closely with Department administration to see what we can.
Because I won't speak for all my colleagues here, but I think it's, I understood the concerns from Colonel Smith yesterday. I don't think we're going to do away with concealed carry in this building. I don't see that happening.
We are moving forward with that being the case. So that's why we're exploring those kind of opportunities. If I could just back up on Senator's comment about what's the protocol for threats and with mail screening or threats in general. I want the message to be this: you're our responsibility. And I know you're all scattered throughout the state. Local jurisdiction should be the immediate response. And we will work with them, but please be incumbent upon yourself to let us know you had that situation. We are going to, with the formation of the new Protective Intelligence Unit, that's our central repository for all this stuff. We are going to start collecting that data information so we know if it stacks up against national trends that are going on with state legislators, or is it U.S. congressional members. We have avenues that we can tap into that to see if this is it localized, if it's just between you and a constituent, or is there a bigger thing going on that we need to be mindful of. We're only as good as the information that we have. And so please, 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 at some point, let us know. We will start compiling that data so we can respond accurately. Ultimately, it's probably something that we would take over. And I'm sure a sheriff would be more than fine if the Highway Patrol came and says, let us handle this investigation on this threat assessment or whatever the case may be. So don't assume that we know it's happened, but please let us know, and we'll take it from there, because you are our responsibility. Certainly when you're in this building, but even when you're back home in your areas, we need to know that you are having these situations. Does that kind of, Senator, does that kind of help with that?
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And then we had a situation today as far as mail. I don't remember if it was a Senate representative, but she had a suspicious mail sent to her house, I believe. We went and picked it up. We drove over there and picked it up. We ran it through our screening facility here. There was nothing nefarious about it, and gave it back to her. But I'm glad she reached out to us. So if you get something like that, please let us know. We're screening mail on the daily basis that comes in, but if you get something you think, I just don't like this, have us take a look at it. It's what we do. And we'll run it through our system and make sure there's nothing hazardous on there.
I appreciate that. My son, my grandkids normally get the mail because they live right next to us. And with craziness out there, it's good to know that piece, so thank you.
Yeah. You let us know, we will respond. That's what I want the message to be, okay? All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, committee, our next conferee, and no pressure, Jeff, but our last conferee before lunch is Mr. Jeff Maxim. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, sir. Just one moment as I get set up. All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Maxon. I'm the Chief Information Technology Officer, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a quick briefing, and then I'll bring up our Chief Information Security Officer to give some highlights on some of the things we're doing, and then we'll have some time for executive session. We'll kind of give a threat landscape of what we're seeing. So I'll continue the keeping you scared for the next hour. So. All right, so a little bit of background for those who have not met me. My name is Jeff Maxon. I'm the Chief Information Technology Officer. I've been in this position since January 2023. Prior to this position, I was the Chief Information Security Officer starting in June 2020 to January 2024. So it is not a mistake. I held both roles for about a year until we found a replacement for the Chief Information Security Officer. Also, I'm in the Kansas Air National Guard, so for the past 14 years, I've served in the Air National Guard with 11 years specifically on cyber intelligence. So I'm trying to keep things up to date, and also a bachelor's degree in computer science and master's in cybersecurity. All right, so when we look at information technology across the state and anywhere in cybersecurity, it involves really three things. We got people, process, and technology, and we all need to work together in some form or fashion, and we all hit different areas where people work with technology or people work with processes, or in some cases, we need all of them to carry out our functions. Same with the IT, cybersecurity involves all these pieces, so not one is just gonna solve all of our problems. So when we look at kind of the governance of IT within executive branch specifically, we have statute, which governs how we do things, and primarily work through Joint Committee on Information Technology as kind of our governing IT committee. And then we work down to executive or Information Technology Executive Council, which is a committee that has been formed in statute to set IT governance and set IT policy. And then we start working down into the branches of government. So executive branch leadership from the CISO, we can set policy to direct down to agencies. And then obviously agencies set their individual governance as well of how they operate and how they do business. We look at an IT operational structure, and this will come into a little play in executive session as we talk about some things. Agencies do their thing, and then we have executive branch services. Legislative branch has their own IT service functions, and judicial branch has their own IT services. And from within executive branch and OITS, we provide the can-win network service across all three branches, and with that comes the network telephony system, and then we provide security to that overarching network where agencies and each branch of government still has their essentially more or less their own island within that network. So there are security boundaries between agencies, branches of government, et cetera. From OITS specifically, we provide three types of services. We provide technology services, so working on computers, servers. We provide professional services in terms of consulting with agencies, and then we provide security services through the Kansas Information Security Office. And so we'll talk about some of the changes specifically around the security services of how that has evolved and morphed in the past couple of years. All right, so one of the challenges we run across here, and we have activity going on based on Senate Bill 291 that was passed in 2023. And it is a consolidation planning effort, so I'll talk about that here in a minute. But one of the things we run into is agencies, as I showed that governance structure. So we still operate a lot of dissimilar and disparate environments with an executive branch. And so agencies are required to support those individually disparate environments, and that presents some challenges in terms of how do we manage, how do we support if somebody has a bad day and we're using different tools than they do. How do we respond? We're not trained on their equipment, things like that. And so we are also working through some areas where agencies actively choose not to participate because they just don't want to, and so they slow roll things. So with that, House Substitute for Senate Bill 291 required us to put together a plan for IT integration within executive branch and present that to legislature. So we're about a year into the project right now. And Senate Bill 291 also made changes to this ITech governance committee to start kind of strengthening some of those efforts. So first, we were meeting quarterly. Senate Bill 291 now requires us to meet monthly to set policy and really start kind of guiding IT executive branch. And it also made the executive branch CETO the permanent chair of ITech, which in the past we rotated chairs between the three branches. And so now this is very much more specific to executive branch based on the size of executive branch and how we operate. And then again, building that plan. So we're required to build a plan to consolidate or integrate IT services. We have brought in a third party to assist us. We brought in a consulting firm named Gartner. They're a very large vendor agnostic consulting firm that specifically operates in the IT space, financial space as a consulting firm, and human resources space. One of our key requirements, though, was that they have had to have done this work in another state somewhere. So there's a huge learning curve. We needed to start move quickly. They've done this work in other states. And then we'll present that out to Senate Ways and Means and then House Legislative Modernization here starting in January 26. So some of the goals that we've identified and we're working through as we work through this integration project is maximize the value of IT resources. IT is becoming more expensive and it's almost on an exponential growth curve and not a linear growth curve. And with the introduction of AI, those costs, it moves us faster, but it's going to be pricey. And so that is something we have to be very cognizant. So we need to increase our cost and efficiencies and reduce technological debt. So we need to better control how we manage technology in the state and make sure we're providing the right resources. We need to make sure we're providing high impact services to the citizens. So obviously everything we do from a state is to serve the citizens in the various different aspects, whether it's through our health and human services, whether it's through Department of Revenue, et cetera. We need to provide the best services we can, be responsive to what they're looking for, et cetera, and obviously make sure we're protecting that environment. So kind of where we are on this project is we started in February of this year with a kickoff meeting, and we've gone through a couple different phases. So right after the kickoff, we moved into a current state assessment of what we have in Kansas from executive branch in terms of our IT landscape. How much are we spending on IT? How many resources do we have? What type of systems do we have? We completed that and moved into a recommended target state. What should IT look like in the future for the state of Kansas? And then do where we're currently now a gap analysis and roadmap. So what are those steps we need to get to that target state based off our current landscape? So we're almost finished with that gap analysis, and we're going to start reporting out on some of those next steps and then bring that to legislature here in 2026. So as we've changed and modernized ITech, so one of the first things from a security perspective is we need to have policies in place. These are the things we must do as an agency or must do as a state. And since that short time of August 2024 till today, we've passed well over a dozen new policies to start strengthening our security. This is the baseline of what all agencies must do from a cybersecurity perspective. And this is probably only about half of what we need to work through. So a lot of work has gone into this thing thanks to our CISO and the team and members on ITech to get this stuff moving, because prior to the change in ITech, it was very slow to get policies through, and we were probably looking at like 5 to 6 years before we'd update a policy just because of the slow cadence. Now, as you can see, we've passed well over a dozen in about a year, so, and more to come. All right, with that, I'm going to hand it over to our Chief Information Security Officer to kind of go over some of the things that we've been doing here in the past couple of years and some of our structural changes, and then we'll move into executive session. So I'll bring up John Godfrey, the Executive Branch Chief Information Security Officer.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is John Godfrey. I currently serve as the State Chief Information Security Officer. Been in this role since January 2024. Prior to this, just a little background on me, former CISO and Associate Vice Chancellor for Information Security at the University of Kansas Medical Center. Have a number of years of experience in this industry and role. And just some educational background, hold 3 bachelor's degrees, have a master's degree, and currently working on my doctorate. So a little background about the Kansas Information Security Office. Established in 2018 under the Kansas Cybersecurity Act, we are created to advise and consult agencies on information security matters. We integrated the foundational cybersecurity services into core OITS offerings, right? So there was a lot of different disparate activity going on. Not saying that we're 100% there yet, right? There's still disparate activity, but in terms of consolidation, coordination, and really trying to have that harmonious approach, we are making great progress related to the establishment of some of these capabilities under the KCA and a couple other pieces. We provide advanced cybersecurity services to agencies on a, in the beginning, it was on a fee-based model, right? And so we'll talk a little bit about how this has changed, but originally it was on a fee-based model, and that the operating budget was funded through OITS collected fees, and at the time it was staffed with approximately 10 full-time professionals. Since then, current state, we have 42 FTE positions. We operate a cybersecurity internship program. The annual budget is approximately $11 million, with some more detail there on the screen. We do now provide cybersecurity services across the executive branch and for OITS provided enterprise services. And the key difference here where we have annual budget allocation versus the fee-based structure, we're having challenges in the beginning where agencies would be like, I don't want to pay the fee, so I'm not going to take you up on your cyber services. And so that has really changed with this adjustment where we have the allocation. Now we can say, we have these advanced capabilities, let's get you going. And as Jeff mentioned earlier, the state CISO has authority to set statewide cybersecurity policy. So one of the areas in our division is cybersecurity operations, and as part of this division, we operate our security engineering and our security operations center, or SOC. So you may have heard us talk a little bit about the SOC in previous discussions with you. We design, implement, manage the different technical cybersecurity tools out of this division. We're monitoring for alerts and responding to those primarily through our security operations center. And with that comes the detection, the investigation, and response to various cyber incidents. We do act as the first responders during cyber incidents, and we do share cyber threat intelligence with various partners, whether it's in the state or depending upon what the matters are. And then we also provide protection, border protection and cybersecurity services for the state's CanWin network. The Information Assurance Division in our team is where we have our information security officers. These are folks embedded directly in agencies that help guide, direct, and make sure that adoption of capabilities, policy alignment, risk assessments, audit and compliance, and really just that subject matter expertise to help guide the agency. They're to help build and mature the information security program, advise leadership on risks and best practices, conduct various assessments to help them grow and mature. And then we touched briefly about risk identification and mitigation, and it's really about identifying those things that could become a problem, elevating them, having the discussion, and then figuring out a plan for them, or having the discussion with the agency leadership about what would you like to do to treat this risk. And we know that not all risks can be easily solved with like a technological solution, and so sometimes there's a discussion there about comfort with the agency about acceptance of that risk in its current state. And then lastly, our ISOs act as a liaison between agencies and the KISO. Another division in the team is our Cyber Collaboration and Cyber Preparedness Division. This area leads the outreach and education efforts across the state with local government, various local entities, designed to strengthen IT and cybersecurity resilience across the state, especially when we think about a whole estate approach. And we go out and conduct tabletop exercises, we do presentations, we do trainings, and help folks prepare for real-world cyber events. We facilitate after-action reviews and capture lessons learned. And then also out of this division, we administer the state and local cybersecurity grant program, or SLCGP, if you've heard of that term. At a high level, the way we do some of this is through three primary areas. We have security controls that focus on managerial or administration, or administrative controls as we often call it, operational controls, and technical controls. And through the blend of these three pieces, this is how we effectuate cybersecurity across the branch. Along with that, we generally take what we call a defense in-depth strategy. And it's really the idea of layering various capabilities at different phases to make sure that we have an appropriate set of controls and visibility as we build out this protective capability, whether it's for systems, whether it's for the network, whatever it may be. Service model change. So starting fiscal year 2024, I touched on this very briefly earlier, we started providing enterprise cybersecurity tools to agencies at no cost. Risk-based decision on what solutions to implement and how to roll out. And so what we're really trying to say there is that as we look at gaps in capabilities, whether it's from assessments, whether it's from audits, whether it's from real-world events, right? We kind of look across the stack of the branch and we say, what are the common patterns and themes? And from those, what does the risk that is provided by that? And then we use that to drive decisions and enhanced capabilities that we'll deploy across the branch. Few other notes here about core services and solutions. So we provide enterprise-wide security awareness training. We have log aggregation and monitoring. So this is where we're bringing the data together. We're analyzing it, we're correlating it, and we're using it to elevate areas of concern. We now have the 24/7 Security Operations Center, and that has been a great success. As we continue to grow and expand that capability, we're already seeing results from that in a very positive way. We have endpoint detection and response solution. This is kind of like enhanced antivirus. So in the past, we used to just have antivirus. Technology has evolved. Now we call it endpoint detection and response. So it's like antivirus plus some things. Endpoint management, so patch provision, asset management. So a lot of the questions come up about how are you patching systems to make sure you're closing those vulnerabilities. We provide a capability for that across the branch. We touched on firewall engineering and management. We have network intrusion prevention system, incident response, support and coordination. Disaster recovery planning and training support. This is the area where we provide assistance. We're not the primaries on this necessarily, but we do provide assistance in discussions with agencies around how to think about disaster recovery and how to build plans and test those plans related to it. External attack surface monitoring. This is a bunch of fancy words to say, if you're looking from the outside in as a public person, if I wanted to scan your systems and say, what vulnerabilities do you have that I can see publicly? That's what we're saying here. It's a capability to allow us to look from the outside in and help agencies say, here's gaps, here's vulnerabilities, we need to work on shoring those up. And then we do a lot of information security consulting. As part of our enterprise efforts here in cyber, we have a focus on enhanced vulnerability reporting capabilities. And so as part of that vulnerability vulnerability management capability I just talked about, we have been pushing agencies and we're moving from monthly scans to real-time reporting. And this is really helping elucidate those vulnerabilities on a more real-time basis, and especially the critical ones, allowing agencies the visibility to go out and take action immediately. We have ongoing deployment of our enterprise endpoint detection and response capability. And right now we're seeing around 20,000 endpoints that this is deployed across the branch. We continue to roll out our enterprise endpoint management solution. So this is the one for patching and provisioning and deployment. We have about 17,000 endpoints subscribed to it. Privileged access management. We have a lot of terms, and so this one is one where it's like if you have a username and password that has enhanced permissions, this is a capability we provide across the branch to allow you to do that securely and to allow it to rotate on a periodic basis. So that way, if someone was able to get a hold of those, that username and password, the time of effectiveness should be far less than what it would have been otherwise. And then we have sustained efforts to improve reporting and visibility at the agency level. Quick update on the Security Operations Center for you. So here's a picture of our current space and how that's looking. We do have people in there actively working 24/7. They continue to investigate and analyze various events and alarms that are being triggered. And it is becoming the centralized hub for incident notification and associated coordination across the agencies. And then as we continue to evolve and mature the capability set here, there will be deeper integration with the statewide mandatory cybersecurity reporting coming into this SOC and using that as the initial triage center as well. This shows some dates of some classes that we've held recently. I wanted to use this for illustrative purposes because when we talk about how are we training and equipping people across the state beyond just deploying tools, right? Tools are great, but we also need to raise baseline education awareness. And so we do this through our Cyber Collaboration and Preparedness Division. And I wanted to show you here, here's a sampling of some of the ones that we've recently completed. A couple of these are fairly new. So like the Kansas Plains Cyber Guardian exercise was net new this year. 2-week event, brought together a bunch of partners across the state and had a very successful training plus real world event, live fire range exercise to validate the skills and training that they had. The other piece that I wanted to highlight that's not on here, we have started 2 new events this year as well, and they are critical. They are cybersecurity critical infrastructure exchange events. And this is where we're bringing people from across the state together in critical infrastructure, talking about vulnerabilities, talking about approaches to secure that. And then we have our next one on December 4th in Wichita. And that one, we're actually going to help entities across the state develop their initial plan for response and walk through some scenarios of what that looks like to validate the plan. So far, it's been really well received. A lot of interest, and that continues to grow about us helping to strengthen critical infrastructure. And just touched on this. So the one in June, we had 70 participants, cross-sector participation, water, aviation, emergency comms, hospitals, and energy, had city, county, state, and federal. And the other piece that I wanted to call attention here on this, we had representatives from ONCD, so the Office of National Cybersecurity Directorate from the White House, come out and they participated with us and supported this event and the work that we're doing. The Kansas Plains Cyber Guardian event, touched on this a little bit. We had approximately 90 attendees at this first inaugural event. We had cities, counties, school districts, state, and National Guard participants, both on the Army and air side as part of this event. So wanted to share just a little bit of the effect of the work that we're doing, right? Because we're doing a lot of activities and sometimes it's like, how effective is this? What is the impact it's making? And so SANS 401 is a security essentials class that we held recently. And this is a survey that we send out to ask people what they thought of the class, was it effective? And then here is feedback that we got directly from one of the counties. So since the course, we are implementing organization-wide security awareness training. We're updating, creating policies that were non-existent or lacking before. We're building out a capability so SIM in this case is for collecting logs and analyzing the logs, to help them better understand what's going on in their systems. They have an approach to mapping out network segmentation to isolate lateral movement from a threat actor. They've begun malicious domain blocking, and you can see here. But like, really, I think the powerful takeaway here is that this shows the impact of the work we're having. This shows the impact of the training, and this shows that, all these small pieces that we continue to do add up and have a net impact across the state. Wanted to touch briefly on the internship program because we've had great success with this internship program that we run out of the cyber office. We currently host 3 interns with 2 additional openings. Program includes both traditional and reskilling interns. And we have different backgrounds and a variety of people that come to participate in the internship program. Some are students that are still in college. Some are individuals that are looking to make a career change. Some are from the federal side that have background and experience and want to continue to carry forward with the mission and other opportunities that we may have available. We've so far successfully converted 6 interns into full-time positions, helping to build that talent pipeline to support the long-term cybersecurity workforce across the state. The interns have an exposure to a wide range of cyber tools and direct real-world hands-on experience through this program. And then we also often require that they contribute to real-world cybersecurity projects and agency support. And this manifests in a variety of ways, whether they have to do briefings and presentations, whether they take something, work it, and then they have a partner that joins them, and then that gets applied back to one of the agency activities. So I'm going to pause here. Those are the prepared items I wanted to walk you through from the Cybersecurity Office. So I will be happy to stand for questions, or I can turn it back over to Cedar Maxon.
So do you have an executive session portion that you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, does anybody have any questions that don't require a closed session, like about LPA? Yeah, go ahead, Senator Cluse. Okay, Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am a little familiar with Senate Bill 291. So in 2024, we passed this, but what I want to hear from you gentlemen, because this bill is set to sunset July 1 of 2026. So if no action is taken during this next session, this legislation will go away. What, in your opinions, would happen if that takes place? Or what would be the loss of capabilities? Or what would be, where would we be at as far as a cybersecurity or IT landscape if this were to happen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Great question, Representative Carpenter. So a handful of things. That was a very comprehensive bill, so I'm going to try and break this down into a couple different pieces. So I'll start on the IT side. We'll be presenting a plan regardless that will have actionable steps that will require some form of additional either legislation or reorganization, essentially. So, and currently working with the governor's office to see what we want to bring forward, but obviously legislature has a say in that as well, and they'll receive copies of the plan, the same plan the governor's office will receive. So there will be steps, even if that sunsets, that we can still start actioning on from the intent of the IT integration consolidation project. So that is something that we'll be providing forward. So even if that sunsets, that part won't be affected because there will be additional recommendations. Now, on the cyber side, that is where there will be an impact, because right now it does mandate actual cyber consolidation within Senate Bill 291, and that will, if that piece goes away, we will start losing some of the, for lack of better terms, the oomph behind getting people to follow and participate in centralized standard cybersecurity practices. So that is, I'm trying to think of the dates, mandating that they begin participating in July 1, 2027. If we lose that, that would we might start losing some of our oversight and visibility to what is happening across the executive branch. So there will be real impacts with that one. From my perspective, that is concerning. Cyber resources are hard to come by. So if we start dividing and conquering ourselves because everybody begins competing for those cyber resources, that becomes problematic. We then begin splitting funding on how are we able to secure our environments. We can use economies of scale, for example, as we've shown with purchasing the EDR, or the endpoint detection and response capabilities, the endpoint management solutions. We buy that for the entire state as opposed to each agency just buying little bits and pieces, where a lot of the vendors do volume pricing. So the more licenses you buy, you get them at a lower per unit volume. So we start losing out on efficiencies like that. So a lot of them start compounding if we start doing things individually. So that is something that we do not necessarily want to see happen, because that is a loss of capability and efficiencies and security to the state, in our opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll withhold all my other questions on this because that's probably another meeting for a whole nother time. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Cluse, did you have questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jeff. So as far as the information then during the planning for the ITC Council, that's all the executive branch. And so you guys are going to be bringing, you said, a finished product by January, before January?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then just because this came up briefly yesterday, and then on that you got 17 voting members and 7 non-voters. Are the 7 non-voters the legislators?
Yes, sir. The legislature makes up 4 of those seats, but then the judicial branch CETO, the legislative branch CETO, and then the chief architect, chief information technology architect, are all non-voting members.
Okay, just and excuse my ignorance because I'm new to the committee, but
Yes, sir.
that final product would still have to be approved.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then one other area, and then I have a couple questions as well. The second question was, you briefly said something about agencies that may not be connected to this, or if they don't opt in. Can you explain that a little bit better?
Yes, sir. So, great question, Mr. Chairman, if I may. So, over the years, agencies have operated from an IT perspective independently, with OITS providing a base level of service. And we are a fee-based agency, so we would charge for services. So agencies would be able to choose whether they wanted to pay for services or not. And so that has evolved and morphed over the past 20 years, and it is constantly changing. And we're trying to fully shift into being, from a cyber side, there is a base level. We just need to apply these across the board no matter what. From a service side, we need to provide services that meet what agencies are needing from an IT side. So we have instances with, I'm guessing you're referring to possibly some of the audits where some agencies have chosen in the past not to pay for services, but then ask us for help. And so we are providing ad hoc support because we can't just say, no, sorry, you're not paying for anything, go away. We need to make sure they're operating. So, but that becomes, well, you've provided assistance, so you're now responsible. So that is just ebb and flow. And so, for example, with Senate Bill 291, if we fully integrate, there's no questions. These are the services that are provided. We're clear on roles and responsibilities and in that model. So right now we're kind of in that, what we call kind of lost in the messiness of transition of things that have occurred over the years. And so solidifying it makes clear roles and responsibilities.
So, end result, looking forward, then if they decide not to go with this and something happens like what we saw in judicial, it's not on us, so to say.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I just had two other quick ones. Oh, sorry. And this would be for Robert. Let's see. Oh, it seemed like there was some talk earlier about the training that you had a breakdown. Did that ever go out as far as who actually attended and who was involved? You said there was like 90 different participants, but did we get a memo on, or was there talk about that, on what individuals actually, who attended, what agencies, so we kind of get a clear picture statewide of who participated? Were most of these people just here from Topeka, or?
Sir, Sir, thank you for that question. I do recall that, and I do not think we've gotten that back out yet.
Is that something we can get to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's great. And then the last question would be, as far as the control center, are you guys in connection then, or are there things coming up already with the Fusion Center?
Yes, sir. So that I hold a clearance on both sides. So from the state side, we were actually one of the early partners way back, and I was with the state back in I started in 2009, and we started participating with the Fusion Center back in 2012 from their function and bringing state data to the Fusion Center. So we've been working very closely. I participate regularly in briefings with them, so I'm aware of the things they're investigating, and we'll talk a little bit here in closed session on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for open session? Okay. So how much time do you need for closed session, do you think?
Probably till the hour, sir.
Okay, till noon? Okay. All right, and please leave us time for questions.
Yes, sir.
This has been a recurring theme with closed sessions. Okay, committee, I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Kansas Security be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters related to the Kansas Information Security Office's security measures with the appropriate individuals pursuant to KSA 754319B12C, because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures. That the committee resume the open meeting in room 144 south of the State House at noon, and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent records. Do I have a second? Second by the vice chairman. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay.
Okay, the motion carries, and we are in executive session.
All right, thank you very much for scaring the hell out of us too. And committee, we are going to be in recess until 1:30, when we will come back and talk to the 911 board. We are in recess.
started. I believe that we have Sherry Massey from the State 911 Board online right now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Oh.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Yeah, well, welcome to the committee, whenever you're ready.
Right. Let me make sure that my screen is sharing appropriately.
Yep, we can see it.
Excellent. So first of all, I'd like to thank the chairman and the committee for allowing us to provide you with an update on what's going on with the State 911 Board. Probably the biggest thing that we have going on is the transition. So as of July 1st of 2025, we are the State 911 Board and no longer the Kansas 911 Coordinating Council. This was the first stage of the transition to a state agency. The second, which is the stage where the final balance of our funds will be moving into the state treasury, excuse me, and all of our accounting will be fully moved into the state treasury, will actually complete on January 2nd, 2026, as designed in HB 2690. Our purpose, though, has not changed. We do our best to ensure a reliable, secure, and modern 911 system for every Kansan. I'm going to highlight several initiatives and things that we do that directly support statewide infrastructure, operational security, including our critical facility mapping grant program and some of the ongoing modernization of our network. But just as a reminder, I have provided the list of the things the State 911 Board is responsible for. We oversee 911 fee collection, distribution, and use, auditing every penny of the 911 fee spent by any 911 center in the state. We monitor 911 services from the carrier that is providing the phone service to the caller, all the way to the 911 center, which we call Public Safety Answering Point or PSAP. We use statewide coordination to do what we can to reduce costs while strengthening the 911 service, and we manage a statewide 911 phone system that is called the hosted solution. That hosted solution includes 911 call routing from where the carrier hands the call off all the way to getting to the right 911 center using GIS data that is maintained locally, as well as ESINet and what is called next generation core services applications that handle that call routing. It also includes broadband connectivity. So there is AT&T switched Ethernet along with a separate, as diverse as possible, local broadband connection and FirstNet LTE at every 911 center that participates with the hosted solution. So those three forms of connectivity make sure that they can stay up as well as possible, no matter what goes on with the hardware of the network. It also includes actual call handling software from Motorola's Vesta application. And then it includes mapping and data delivery. Again, GIS data is in there, but the Radius mapping application and the Lightning field responder application are part of the hosted solution as well. And just to give you a little bit of a picture, the hosted solution is used by all Kansas PSAPs outside of the Mid-America Regional Council footprint. So in total, everything in blue here is 105 statutory PSAPs. Those are PSAPs that receive 911 fees. 7 of those having separate backup sites. 1 tribal PSAP, the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation Tribal Police, participates within the hosted solution. And then 3 what are called secondary PSAPs. These are PSAPs that don't take direct 911 calls and receive 911 fees, but receive call transfers. And that includes K-State, KU, and then AMR, which is a private company that provides services in Shawnee County and Lynn County. So taking a look at the network itself, it is the backbone of 911 for a whole lot of Kansas, for 96% of the 911 centers. And all hosted solution elements are joined by a network that it is monitored by AT&T's SOC, along with independent third-party oversight from Secular that we contract separately. What both of them do is monitor all network traffic for vulnerabilities, and then AT&T, of course, as the provider, is responsible for monitoring the state of all hardware. The network operations are monitored with security that meets ISO 9001, and as well as following the NIST security framework, and then NENA, or the National Emergency Number Association's next generation security standards, and the FCC's 911 recommendations. So we do everything that we can to follow all of the guidelines available to keep this network as secure as we possibly can. And then I'll cover a couple of security initiatives that we have going on. And the most significant new initiative that we have is the Critical Facility Mapping Grant. The idea behind this program is to enhance situational awareness for first responders by providing standardized indoor maps of schools and other critical facilities, so that the facility, the first responders, and the telecommunicators in the 911 center are all looking at the same map, the same data, and can use that to respond more effectively. So the legislature allocated $2 million for this statewide effort in the FY26 budget. The program funds both indoor and outdoor mapping at these facilities, developing the GIS data that can be used inside the 911 system and many of the responders' applications, as well as the tactical maps I mentioned, which can be used by the schools, the first responders, anyone within that emergency response chain to coordinate the response. Grant applications opened July 7th and will remain open until March 31st, or until we have exhausted the funds. The grant awards are made on a per facility basis. So we are awarding a single school, if you will, at a time. We are doing this with a round robin distribution to promote as much equity among the PSAPs as we can. So if one PSAP has applied for 20 or 30 schools within their area, and another PSAP has applied for schools within their area, we're not awarding everything in one list and then stopping at the other. We're going round robin through the PSAPs to make sure it's spread out across the state and amongst the applicants as well as possible. So the number on that slide is a little old being Monday, but we're getting a lot of applications in right now as the project gets ready to kick off. And the number as of this morning was 292 facilities, of which 232 of them are actually K through 12 schools, and 60 of the facilities are either post-secondary education, government buildings, or healthcare facilities, all of which were included in the legislative allocation, but at a lower priority. So all K through 12 schools that are applied for will be funded before we fund any of the other categories. So each map that comes out of this is going to include, obviously, floor plans with entrances marked, including how they may be accessed and where they may have some access limitations. Room identifiers as defined by the schools, and then hazard information for things like where cameras are, where utility turnoffs are, where panic buttons are, that kind of thing. Allowing, as I said earlier, both the school and the emergency responders to be aware of those things in the event that something goes wrong. So that is taking quite a bit of effort, as you might imagine. And as I said, we're getting ready to kick it off. The actual data collection process will begin shortly, I would imagine. Some other security initiatives that we have begin with the FCC Report and Order 2478. So 2478 requires the whole path a 911 call travels, all the way from where you dial 911 all the way to the 911 center itself, be over redundant circuits and be delivered in an IP format. So it is an initiative to move off of the copper phone network that is not as diverse and is a little throttling when it comes to the kinds of data and traffic that can go over it. The primary impact, of course, is that that copper network has to go away, but the calls are also being delivered to 2 geographically diverse points of interconnect, or POIs. There are several of these points of interconnect into our 911 network that are available out of state, provided by AT&T, and many national carriers are already delivering calls that way. They don't go through the old network to us at all. But we are in the process of AT&T standing up 2 points of interconnect within our state, and those should be ready by the end of the year. And that will allow the smaller phone companies that only operate within Kansas to deliver their calls with geographic diversity as IP traffic or SIP calls, and to do it within state, hopefully helping to limit the cost to them that way. So this is a modernization effort that the FCC has ordered, and we are working through the process. We've had a couple of meetings that include the RLEX, or the Rural Local Exchange Carriers in the state, just to kind of make sure everybody is aware of what the status is and how things need to progress. So the other aspect of security is, of course, at the PSAP level. So I'm talked a lot about all of the security at the network level and the various components of the hosted solution. But in the end, we are delivering that to PSAPs, or 911 centers, and it is interacted with by telecommunicators. So most 911 centers are required to meet ks.gov security requirements, but we have some things to kind of add into that as well. So first of all, because it is a hosted solution, we have centralized patch and version control so that we're able to make sure all of the hardware and all of the computers that touch our network within those 911 centers stays up to date and meets all of the requirements that we feel it should. And then also the mandatory training that we provide for 911 staff participating in the hosted solution is security awareness training. And this, it covers everything from cybersecurity, social engineering, physical access control of the 911 center. So this is something that we've been doing for a while, and it's an effort that we will continue going forward. The priorities that we have coming up over the course of 2026 have to start with completing that transition to a state agency. It has been a learning process. Everything, I believe, is going very well. But we have a big move coming in January where we will begin directly distributing to all of the 911 centers in the state their share of 911 fees, something that's been handled by a contractor in the past, as well as just our standard paying of the bills. So we are working very closely with several departments within the Department of Administration to get ready for that change. Also, we will be getting a whole lot of mapping data. The Critical Facility Mapping Project is going to produce a lot of data, and we need to make sure that not only does it go as the legislation requires to the 911 centers and the facility owners, but that it is made available for 911 operations as well. So we have a lot of data to mess with there. And we're going to continue the same security management that we've had going on, from the network monitoring to the PSAP patch control and the security training for 911 personnel. We're also going to do whatever we can to support our local partners and carriers during this transition to IP traffic. It is a big change for a lot of the smaller companies, And we're going to do everything we can to help them get in touch with the right people and to help them understand what the requirements are so that this is as painless as it can be. And that is the end of my general update, but I would stand for any questions that anybody has about any of the details of the presentation.
Are there any questions for Ms. Massey? Okay, Senator Peck.
Mr. Chairman, the map that you provided for us shows that apparently we're providing a service for Nowata, Oklahoma.
That's correct.
In anything is financially.
So Nowata is kind of an interesting situation. The Coffeyville 911 Center, which is on the hosted solution, is contracted by Nowata to provide their 911 services. And this was something that had to go through the attorneys general of both states to make sure we understood how it happens. No Kansas 911 fees are spent in any way for Nowata. And similarly, no Oklahoma 911 fees are spent anyway on what is happening with the rest of the Coffeyville PSAP. But we included in the map because it is part of the footprint that we ended up responsible for because of that contract between the two entities.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can't guess how Nowata got its name, can you, Mr. Chairman?
You can't just put that out there, Senator.
Well, Mr. Chairman, there are two schools of thoughts. The one that I kind of like is the one that's easiest to comprehend. The town Nowata had no water. Back at a traveler going through at a spring said it was dry, so he posted a sign that said no water. But then there is the Delaware version where it was some Indian word, basically that means welcome here.
Okay, there you go. So any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for joining us today.
Absolutely.
So committee, I think we're going to need to take a break until all of the conferees are here. You're still, or do you have everybody? Okay, you got everybody? Okay, well, awesome. Then we will go ahead and move forward. And I believe that Mr. Rick Pifo's portion is not closed. Is that correct? So if you'd like to go first, sir, we'll recognize you, and then we'll close the session after that. Welcome to the committee.
Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Rick Pifo. I'm the Harvey County Clerk and Election Officer. And I was also past president of the KCC EOA, the Kansas County Clerks and Election Officials Association. The recent past president. I'm also chair of Elections Legislative Committee. So I'm active in the association. So I'm testifying on or speaking on behalf of the association. Security is very important to us. I have written testimony, and I'm not going to read through it, but security in elections covers a lot of different things. We've got security of our systems and processes. We've got physical security of the election equipment, and then we've got personal security of our poll workers and staff. And they're all important, and to be honest, even just the cyber security portion of it could easily take up all of our time. And we have limited resources because we're on county budgets, have small staffs. And I put in here, this written comments are similar to what I provided last year, but I did change up some of the section on cybersecurity, CISA, and the EI ISAC, because there's been changes with the federal government and to those agencies. And I put in information in here about that the EA ISAC was going to a subscription basis. Well, then I was notified a couple days ago that the Kansas Information Security Office has signed a contract to offer EI-ISAC to all of our offices or continue our subscription. So that's a good thing that we're going to continue to get that information, but it's a lot of information that we get, and it's, like I said, it's difficult to prioritize security over conducting the election and balance that, because we have to make sure that the elections get conducted, those dates don't move. Like any other deadline that you may move, election day doesn't move. We have to get it done. And most of us are not IT professionals, you know. 101 of us also not only do elections, we do all county clerk duties, which is tax roll and everything else. Like I said, I ask in here, I think later, that the legislature provide additional resources to help us with, especially on the IT task, which I think the Kansas Information Security Office, I think, is going to possibly be providing some more resources, and they've provided the resource of continuing the EI-ISAC. And a lot of our county clerks are actually the IT person for their county, along with HR and payroll and elections and tax roll. So we all need support to go through all of this and say, okay, yes, ISAC gives an email or a notice of a threat. Well, we need some more help to say, well, how urgent is this threat? Or what do we need to do to actually react to it? There have been, as far as physical security, last year there was some grant funds passed down from the Fed through the state for physical security upgrades. And I know a lot of us participated in that. And like in my county, the room that I store election equipment in was already pretty secure. I had a fingerprint door lock, things like that, a room that nobody else had a key to. But with the grant money, I was able to increase the security of that room. I put a ceiling in and put some cameras in and, you know, some election tracking equipment, some tags so we know when they leave the room. And so that was helpful. But I guess having consistent funding, either from the state or the Fed, for operation of elections, not just for security, I guess, would be helpful. Having this earmarked funding was appreciated, but it wasn't really what I needed to be spending money on for my election office. But the other one that's coming to be more prevalent is the personal security of election workers and staff. We haven't had any real major concerns in Kansas yet, but it could happen at any point in time. And then, you know, how do you balance that? Is it right to have a sheriff or a police officer sitting in a poll site? Not really, you know. And I don't know what the answer to that is. It's just another one of those security issues. I think that's pretty much my spiel. I'll gladly stand for questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Pifo? So because we're in open session, this is broadcast out everywhere. I want to do this on the record so that everybody hears it for posterity. About every, I don't know, maybe
4 or 5 months, there's this whole new cycle on Twitter where somebody accuses Kansas of having their election machines on the internet, and there's always some trigger for it. The most recent one was somebody brought up that several years ago, the Johnson County Commission got Zuckerbucks to the tune of $500,000 and bought Wi-Fi for all of their polling stations, and they said, aha, you know, that their machines are connected to the internet. So first of all, are there any election machines in your county or in any county you know of that when I say election machines, I mean vote tabulating or ballot marking devices that connect to the internet?
No.
Okay, and so why do those polling places need Wi-Fi?
That would be for the voter check-in portion, the poll book. A lot of us use electronic poll books. And it's important for electronic poll books to talk to each other so that you can't go check in at one polling place, especially if you're doing like vote centers where you could vote at any location, that you can't go check in at one voting location and then go check in again at another location. So, and that's a separate system. The poll book or voter check-in is a completely separate system from the voting and tabulation. And that was one point I meant to make earlier was, as far as the cybersecurity, we don't really have an issue of cybersecurity on the ballot voting and tabulation because they're not connected to anything. But on the other side, on voter registration and voter check-in, that's where we have to be careful. And we get a lot of like unsolicited emails because people send in advance applications and stuff like that. So there's a lot of daily threats or potential threats.
Okay. So in your county, I know you can't speak for all 105 counties, but in your county, what are you doing to protect those networks and infrastructure from?
We have a managed IT contractor that I put most of that load onto them to make sure that we're protected and that they're keeping up with all the updates and everything else. I mean, like I said, truthfully, in my county, I don't spend a lot of my time working on cybersecurity because we have managed IT. That's what we pay them for. So.
Yeah. And do you do any kind of independent audit or checks on your networks or have anybody come in besides that contractor to make sure he or she's doing what they're supposed to do?
Yeah, we use some of the tools that are available through CISA and, you know, to do threat checking and so.
Okay. Right. Are there any other questions for Mr. Pyfel? Okay, thank you very much. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
So, gentlemen, how long do you think you'll need in closed session?
Can you hear me okay, Mr. Chair? Yep. I would suspect 15 to 20 minutes for both of us.
Total?
Yes.
Okay.
That's not counting Q&A, which I don't have a good estimate on.
Okay. Neither do I. All right. So, committee, I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Kansas Security be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters related to the state of Kansas election security measures with the appropriate individuals pursuant to KSA 754319B12C because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures that the committee resume the open meeting in room 144S south of the State House at 2:35 and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent records. Do I have a second? Second from the vice chairman. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Okay, the motion carries and we are in executive session. Okay, so recognizing that we're no longer in executive session, if there's something you just can't answer in this forum, just tell me you can't answer it. But, so you talked about regulation authority and that you've imposed several regulations surrounding vote counts and stuff like that. What's the authority there, and why doesn't that then extend to drop boxes? Because every year we go through this dance where I pass a bill that says regulate, it goes over to the Senate, and it's turned into a ban, and then it goes nowhere. What is the difference where you have authority to do that, but you don't have authority to do the drop boxes?
So Clay would be a much better person to answer the legal authority. So recognizing I'm not our attorney, but in election law, there's a couple of laws that are specific to election security that directly gives the Secretary of State rule and reg authority on election security. So it's black and white, you have this authority. As far as drop boxes go, there's not a law that defines what a drop box is, nor does our office have universal rule and reg authority on all things elections. So we have to have specific authority. There's not a law on drop boxes, nor do we have universal rule and reg authority.
And it's just, I'm surprised to hear you say that, because, a voting machine is a device that you put ballots in, and a drop box is a box that you put ballots in. I don't know. Do you
I will
see where I'm
talk,
going with
I
this?
do, I appreciate that, and so I will confer with our counsel and
Okay.
share that.
See, the 1.5 million, where is that coming from?
So that is money that we have received from the federal government through the Help America Vote Act. So originally, we received money back in 2006, and periodically we would receive money. Then around 2018, we received security grant money through the same funding apparatus. Congress would appropriate it and give it to the states. So we received security money, I think 4 or 5 years in a row, and so that's where it's coming from. We have not received any for, I think, 3 years, but we have held on to it for things like this. So it's strictly federal money authorized by Congress and appropriated to the states.
There any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
If you could stick around for a little bit, I'd appreciate it. Committee, we're a little bit ahead of time, and our next conferees are not here yet. So what I'd like to do is recess until 2:55. Okay, we're in recess.
All right, welcome back, committee. Our last conferees of the day, and from Wichita State, interagency collaboration. I'm going to invite Ms. Kristen Brewer to, or whoever you'd like to speak first.
Well, you guys are lucky it's me first. So, Andy Schlapp, I'm Vice President of Government Relations and Strategy. Just wanted to give a brief introduction to why we do what we do at Wichita State on our Innovation Campus. For those that have been there, we have over 50 companies working with our students right now in real work. So our students, while they're going to school, not only get a degree, but they're also working for a company for as long as 4 years. Co-op, right? That's lasts a semester. An internship lasts a semester. This is a real job. You can do those as well. Zach will give you some numbers on that later, but the reason we did this, and many of you in this room will know this, is we would come here and talk about, hey, we need more money in higher education, and everyone would say, what are you doing to keep graduates in Kansas? We're sick and tired of educating students and having them leave. And so we thought about that, and we're like, well, we're not China. We can't require everyone to stay in Kansas, right? What's the key? And the key is going to be there has to be jobs. You can't train somebody to be an accountant and then not have a job for an accountant, right? You don't graduate and call your local chamber of commerce and say, hey, I have an accountant degree, and bring in an accounting company. I'll give you 3 years before I work, right? They're gone. So we really focused on what do we need to do to attract companies to Kansas that actually work with our students. So when they graduate, not only do they get an entry-level job, but they can have a career. To do that, we went and talked to the 7 industry clusters of Kansas, which are ag, energy, IT, transportation, logistics, healthcare, additive manufacturing, and aviation, right? When you talk to them, everyone tells you the same thing. There's 2 issues they're dealing with in today's modern workforce. One, there's a massive digital transformation happening. We did everything on paper, and now everything's going to be AI, right? And now we need to invest in the right equipment to allow us to compete globally. And so again, this is ag and this is aviation. What's the right equipment? What is the right digital piece of equipment that helps us make this transition? Because we've watched too many companies buy the wrong thing and go out of business, or they're so leveraged it's really hard for them to make money going forward, right? And the real problem is that these companies are making plenty of money today, but there's a day because they don't make that transition, the phone stops ringing and they're done. So how do we do that? And then when they make that massive investment in that digital world, all their workforce, nobody knows how to run that equipment, right? So that's really what we're doing in our applied learning. We have the equipment on our campus. You come look at it, see which is best for you, and then we have our students working with that equipment so you have a job-ready workforce there. So when we did this, right, when we're in Wichita, we said, okay, aviation makes sense. We'll partner with aviation, and most of the aviation companies are there. And if you looked at our research portfolio, went from $52 million in research, we'll be over $500 million in 2025 in research. So unbelievable growth. A lot of that's through DOD. And again, helping them digitize what they're doing. We'd love to have you guys come down, and we have a clearance that you'd have to get, but we're going to repair every B-1 bomber. And one of the problems they're having. So there's a lot of great things that are happening because of this investment. But I say that because that makes sense, right? Of course, we would be heavy in helping DOD and aviation and how we move forward. But our largest partner and our biggest partner on campus is somebody we would have never guessed, comes out of our College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, and it's the ATF coming down, again, to do digital forensics. How do we change the way we solve crime and violent crime in this country? And so I'm glad that you've given me the opportunity to at least give you the reason of why we have the Innovation Campus and what we're doing. We have over 50 companies on our campus right now, but today, Kristen Brewer is going to be here to kind of talk about what that partnership with ATF. It's a huge partnership today, and it's going to be only bigger going forward. So thanks for the opportunity to testify in front of you today.
Hello, I'm Kristen Brewer, and I am the Executive Director of the Midwest Criminal Justice Institute. on WSU campus. I also serve as a point of contact for the law enforcement agencies on WSU campus. I'm going to go back to the first slide. This is a picture of all the law enforcement agencies buildings that are on WSU campus. So the big one is the lab that's being built. Its completion will be in February, and I'll kind of talk about that a little bit later. Up in the top corner, that is the ATF Center of Excellence that also hosts inside that the NIBA National Correlation and Training Center too. And then the middle picture is the Law Enforcement Training Academy of Wichita and Sedgwick County with the School of Criminal Justice in there. And the last building is what we call Partnership Building 11, or the Innovation Campus Building. And within that, we're having a lot of federal agencies that are going to be going in there. Currently, we just signed for the ATF field office, but we have marshals and the Kansas State Fire Marshals in there right now. So on page 3, the slide talks about how did we get here. So in 2016, Wichita and the state of Kansas was seeing an uptick in violent crime and specifically gun crime. And with the work of ATF and Wichita Police Department, we were able to acquire a brass tracks machine. And with that, we started the process of getting one, and we got one in 2019. The LETC, the Law Enforcement Training Academy, opened in 2018, and that's a joint combination of Wichita Police Department, Sedgwick County Sheriff, and the School of Criminal Justice. Shortly after that, we made some visits to different locations, and we realized that there needs to be a place that everybody across the nation can come and learn about gun crime intelligence instead of trying to pick up a little bit here, a little bit there. And why not Wichita State? Why not Kansas? And when we spoke to ATF, they were 100% on board. We sent a note out, and they came out within a few weeks and looked at our campus and what we were doing on the Innovation Campus. And that's how kind of the partnership started after the Law Enforcement Training Academy. Apologize. So this is a slide that just talks about like what's in the Law Enforcement Training Academy. As I said, Wichita Police Department, Sedgwick County Sheriff, and the School of Criminal Justice. They are a satellite agency or satellite campus for the main Kansas Law Enforcement Training Academy. Their academy at there goes 3.5 months. The one on campus goes 6 months due to the nature of the geographical information. It goes a little bit longer. And it's unique. We're like one of the first in the nation to have it housed within it. So we have professors, students on the 3rd floor, and the 1st and 2nd floor is training. And then the last thing is a Wichita Crime Gun Intelligence Center, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later on, but that's also housed in that building. So as I stated earlier, in 2018, we opened the School of Criminal Justice, and then we opened the first brass tracks / NIBA and Wichita CJIC team. In there, we own a machine, and we have students that get to go down and learn about NIBA and CJIC, so they're being trained on how to use it, the evidence within the criminal justice and the forensic science classes. And then that's used, we service 43 agencies, law enforcement agencies across the state, mostly in the Wichita surrounding area, but then also the western part of the state. So they bring shell casings in, we input those. We have contractors that work for us that just do shell casings all day, and then the leads go out through the correlation center that we'll talk about here briefly. So this is our partnership with ATF. We currently have 3 different divisions. The first is, I'm going to break them down, the National Center of Excellence, or you'll see it as and the NIBA National Correlation Training 2 Center. Within that, that is the Intelligence Division of ATF, and then also the Firearms Operation Division. And in that building, they do executive training for law enforcement of local, state, and federal level. They also host the IRS Academy, which is the research specialists that handle all the leads that come out for ATF and some other federal agencies. And then the last thing is the NIBA National Correlation and Training Center. And I'll go over a little bit more on the next slide. Then the one that's just currently being built is the ATF Forensic Crime Gun Intelligence Laboratory. It's a $94 million appropriated funding for the federal government building, and that will handle all federal gun cases, DNA, touch DNA in there. We also have space for 2 classroom laboratories for students to learn. And from that, it was a need came up about students needing some new programs. And then the last is we just signed a lease with ATF to move the field office to move into campus as well from downtown, so they'll be moving in after the first of the year. And then last, the Gun Crime Intelligence is a branch of the ATF. So I kind of talked about all these just a minute ago, but the Correlation Center I wanted to touch on, it's the second of its kind. The first was in Huntsville, Alabama. The need of it was, they needed to expand it. And right now, within that facility, it's estimated to hold 200 to 300 people. They're about at 100 and I think 45, 46. And about 70% of those in that facility are recent graduates, so they're contractors and they're hired as recent graduates at WSU. And so those positions are staying in Kansas and they're getting jobs right out of Kansas, getting in the field. So that's an awesome partnership. We bring them over, we let them do the hiring process, we give references for faculty and staff that are there. And then the other one's in Huntsville, Alabama. So they also offer applied learning opportunities so they can do them on the Correlation Center or at the Center of Excellence, either way. The next is the lab, and then within the lab, as you can see on the written testimony you guys have, it will handle Firearms Examiners Academy. There's only one other one right now currently in Maryland, and it only allows 24 people to go through a year. And with this facility coming on, we're going to be allowed to add another about 48 a year to happen, and there's a waiting list of several hundred people that go through that. There's been already 263 that's gone since it's initiated with ATF. And it's called the National Firearm Examiners Academy. We just completed and passed a degree, and I'll kind of speak about that here shortly. They'll also do DNA processing and then all gun-related stuff. For any federal agency, they're going to be required that will be sent to this lab here in Kansas. Like at the Center of Excellence, they'll have 200 to 300 positions. There'll be about 120 here at that facility in Wichita that will have job openings. They just recently were approved to hire 40 people at that facility. And the last one is the ATF field office. That offers the opportunity for applied learning that Andy spoke about briefly, pathway programs, internships, and then our Wichita CJIC. So we currently have about 22 students that are working through paid internships and grant funding that we've received to do gun crime intelligence. A lot of them work with our local CJIC that help with leads, doing tracing for local agencies, stuff of that nature. And currently, this is a model that I'll let Zach talk on here briefly, but our additional partners currently in our P11 are the U.S. Marshals. We have that we help with the Marshals Task Force, and then the Kansas State Fire Marshals. They have an office in there as well with us. And I'm going to let, Andy, Zach take over. I apologize.
Good afternoon, Zach Gearhart, Wichita State University. Glad to be here this afternoon. So just want to talk about something you've heard referenced a little bit during this presentation, and that's applied learning, and why we're doing that is it's so important to the success of Wichita State University and the partnership with ATF. So if you kind of, there we go. So if you look at this diagram over here, WSU is a little bit different from most universities. Most universities, researchers go out to the world and they say, my research is really, really impressive. You should fund my research. I mean, really, there is nothing like it in the world, and you should give me a grant or you should give me some industry money because my research is super duper. So Wichita State's a little bit different. What we do, our researchers go out to corporations, we go out to federal agencies, and we spend a lot of time working with them to understand what are their problems, what are their needs, and then we match that with our expertise, our research, our capabilities to solve their problem. And then we bring them a book of work that says, okay, here's the problem, here's how we align, let's work together, and then we figure out a business model that makes all of that connect. But the thing that really helps actually make that doable is once we've identified the problem, we think we have an idea of what the solution is, we work with our students to provide them opportunities in what's called applied learning with industry partners. So applied learning, it's not just an internship. You're familiar with internships. I did internships. I got coffee for people. I made copies. I held poster boards. It was wonderful. Maybe got yelled at on a good day. But what it really is doing a meaningful book of work with an industry partner. And so I'll give you an example of what that might be. This one's in the aviation sector because that's kind of core to our DNA. So Airbus, obviously a large aviation company located on our campus. We do all of the customer service in North America on our campus. And with their researchers and with our students, in 90 days, they built a working reverse thruster prototype with Airbus through applied learning. A little bit terrifying for me personally, flying on Airbus jets, but these are a different caliber of students than when I went to school. So that's an example of applied learning, is actually doing meaningful work alongside companies. And the benefit is, and this is kind of what got us going, is Airbus wants these students because ultimately they're influencing the workforce of the future. So if you talk to companies, and I'm going to say engineering, because again, that's kind of core to us, but it's applicable to liberal arts and it's applicable to ATF, but we did a study with an aviation company, and I'll just say some horrible truths since I'm up here and I don't have my higher ed friends behind me to throw vegetables at me. But if you were to talk to aviation companies, they'll say, okay, we like your engineering grads, we have to use them. Like, can't deny that. That's fine. Unfortunately, it takes about 2 years once we hire them to actually be proficient because they have to learn the ethos of the organization. They have to learn that company's specific supply chain protocols, all these different things that you just don't get that in a classroom. You need to be embedded in the actual company. So applied learning actually embeds you in the actual company. So what we found was with that model, and we've now had this going for about 12 years, so we've had some case studies. We go from about 2 years down to probably 6 months of being proficient to the company's bottom line. And so really at the end of the day, that's why all these federal agencies, that's why all of these companies are partnering with Wichita State University. So we identify the problem, we build the workforce around the applied learning model, and then we're able to scale and help the company, and then ultimately we have the workforce and the talent pipeline long term. Oh, thank you. So just really quick on this, I'm not going to get into all these words. Much smarter people like Kristen know everything that's going on there. But I want to talk briefly about this graphic that you see in the upper right-hand corner here. We call this kind of our return on investment slide. So this kind of goes all the way back to 2013 when we realigned our strategic plan around applied learning, industry partnerships, public-private partnerships, and growing our research to provide economic growth for our region. You can kind of see here that top line shows you the applied learning growth over the last several years. The most recent data, we've had 12,000 students last year earn a payroll of 39 million through applied learning. And so that's agencies, that's industry partners finding value in our students and their capabilities and willing to hire them on as employees while in college. You can see Andy touched on this, but the growth in research, and again, it gets back to we're a different university. We want to solve industry, agency, community problems, and that's why you can see that huge growth in research over time. So I think I've talked for a while, probably more than Kristen wanted me to, so I'll go ahead and hand things back over to her to continue. Thank you all so much again, and when it's appropriate, I'll stand ready for questions.
Thank you, Zach. So why do we do this, and why is ATF a WSU? So the need for forensic science and how the lab got to WSU after the Center of Excellence, the need was across the nation, not just with ATF. They needed to be able to develop forensic scientists. And so our forensic science program at WSU, you'll see the numbers. In 2010 or 2013, we only had 10 students. We were planning on kind of dropping that program. And then in 2025, we have 137 majors in that program. It's increased a ton, and we currently have the program that I'm going to be talking about here shortly. Sorry. So from that, we needed to create a Masters of Forensic Firearms, which will help lead into the path of the forensic firearms or the National Firearm Examiners Academy, and there's 3 tracks. So if you completed the National Firearm Examiners Academy, there's 200 and I believe 61 that's already completed that program. They can come in, take some credits with their going through the National Firearm Examiners Academy, and they can get their degree. They can do it the traditional and just take a regular master's degree and take some classes that will help them to get into that field. Or they can do the coursework first and then take the secondary part of the National Firearm Examiners Academy. And then the other one is a forensic biology degree. That is what the lab really needed. They needed people to work in the labs. We talked to the KBI, we talked to the Wichita, Sedgwick County Forensic Sedgwick County Forensic Lab, among other labs across the nation, and the need for this program. So, and this year, we passed through K-Board both these programs, and they'll start in the fall of '26. We currently have a total of 16 people already interested, and we haven't even started the program in both of them, and just being on the website. Our next step is working on a Master's of Forensic Accounting. That was a request from the federal government. And then some certificates in crime gun intelligence, and then some DNA certificates, so they can come in the lab, be able to be trained, and when they are a junior, senior, they'll work like a Pathways program, an internship, and they'll have that certification and be able to be like a DNA technician and do the part. So they'll have a job while they're going through school, and then when they get out, they can apply to be an actual biologist once they complete their degree, and hopefully keep them here in Kansas. That's the big goal. So the last thing is, as you can see on the paper, we've been nationally recognized. We serve as a second home for ATF headquarters. We're a second headquarters for ATF. Also, we're recognized for evidence-based policing, intelligence-led policing, crime gun intelligence, and then we serve as a hub for all law enforcement coming in and doing projects locally there in Wichita. When I was talking about applied learning, our Wichita State has received $3.9 million in applied learning, or grants to train local, state, and federal law enforcement, as well as applied learning opportunities for students. And then our goal is to grow what we're doing in Wichita State and make it a national model where everybody wants to come to Wichita and wants to train and wants to learn, and we can keep the students and the training people coming here in Wichita and Kansas. Andy, you guys have anything else? That's it for us.
Okay, committee, Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for presenting today.
Somebody answer a question. He's going to ask a question, whoever's going to.
Yeah, thank you so much for presenting today. I guess my question would be, you mentioned the law enforcement academies, one of them's stationed at your university. In Kansas, to be sent to a law enforcement academy, you have to be, hired by that agency, right? In Missouri, you can self-certify. You can go to the, University of Missouri, or whatever it may be. In your opinion, do you think that would be beneficial, or if it were changed where someone could self-certify, or is this something that you believe should stay in the hands of only being hired by an agency?
I think it has benefits of both ways. I mean, I've been in training for law enforcement for over 20 years through the COPS office and then through the Midwest Criminal Justice Institute, and I see it both folds because we do accreditation on the Missouri side. For law enforcement agencies, a cost for the agency, and if you're doing it outside, it's a cost to the individual. So are you going to get the qualified individuals that maybe don't have the funds to be able to put themselves through? So you have to look at it from that perspective. And then also, it kind of looks different on the backside when you're looking, did this person, you're going to talk to the agency and know how they went through the academy versus just having somebody on the outside. So I think it could be either way. I mean, but I do agree, that's a good question. Sorry.
All right, yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions for the conferees? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I somehow didn't track. So there's pictures of 4 buildings on the very front slide. Are all those buildings on the campus of WSU?
Yes, they are, sir. Sorry.
And so is one of those pictures the law enforcement training center?
Yes, it is. It is the middle picture on the right-hand side.
Okay. Now, if I heard correctly, you indicated that the Wichita PD and Sedgwick County Sheriff's offices are located in the training center, or they just have a presence in the training center?
So their training academy is in there. So their training sections on both the Wichita Police Department and Sedgwick County Sheriff are in that building.
So it's training, and then they have their separate facility for their PD headquarters?
Yeah, yes, those are downtown, yes, sir.
Do they pay anything to the state for use of the WSU facility?
That's an Andy question.
So in Wichita, you want to go back, when Wichita State joined the state system in 1963, one of the commitments was we would not get state funding to build buildings. So we've had to find different ways. We have one building that's gone through the state process. So these are all public-private partnership buildings. So in this particular case, we had the land. We gave the land to a developer to build the building, and the city and the county pay that developer the rent for that spot. And then we get a revenue on the land lease. But again, what we want to stay away from, when we got a lot of criticism of saying, boy, Wichita State's really bad at real estate deals. We didn't look at this and say, boy, how do we make a lot of money on this land? We're trying to get our students jobs, and we're trying to get them to stay in Kansas. So really that partnership with these industry people is important, because they're actually working for these companies and then getting hired on that side, and we see that rate of return much better. So no state dollars went into that, and then really the return we're looking at is how many people stay and get jobs and get to choose to stay in Kansas and raise their families here. Does that make sense?
Well, I appreciate that explanation. It does help to know that the state of Kansas didn't build the facility.
Right.
And I just thought, well, that's a pretty sweet deal if Wichita PD and sheriff's offices are using it
Yep.
At no cost, but it's state funded.
Yep.
That wouldn't be fair to other.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Well, that's where I was headed.
Gotcha.
And so I appreciate the explanation.
Yeah, you know, we wish we would have had a lot of state funding for our buildings, but we didn't get any. So we had to figure out how to do it without it, so.
I got you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other questions for the conferees before I dive in? Okay, so I think this is for Kristen, but I'm not sure. So the ATF lab is doing real-world work for ATF investigations.
Yeah, not just ATF, all under the new, under requirements, all guns involved in some kind of crime for the federal agencies all have to submit NIBIN. So all those will come in, federal agencies will be coming through Kansas.
So we were at the KBI lab in Washburn yesterday. What are they doing in the ATF building that they're not doing here, or vice versa?
I don't want to speak on everything that happens at the KBI because I'm not sure exactly. In that lab, the lab that's going to be on WSU campus, it's going to be its primary focus is not a full functioning like the Maryland lab at ATF. It's not going to have the fire suppression research on it. It will only deal with guns and DNA. So they'll handle cartridge casings, guns. They'll swab them for DNA. They'll triage them. They'll shoot them. They'll check to see if it's the same gun that match a comparison, like a gun was still out of your vehicle, but then using a crime over here. That's what will be going on in this lab on WSU campus.
And so that's only for federal crime investigations? They're not going to be supporting local law enforcement?
Yes, they will. Any case that's adopted, like from a local police department, and they go up for federal charges, those cases will all flow through there.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the conferees? Well, thank you very much for coming up here today. Really appreciate this. Very valuable. Thank you. All right, committee. So that was our final conferees. The last thing on our agenda is to decide if there are any recommendations that we want to make out of the 2 days of hearings. The way I'd like to do this is unanimous consent. So rather than doing a motion and, everybody voting on it, I would just like people to, we'll raise the issues one at a time, and then if there's no objection, it'll be added as a recommendation to the report. I'm looking at my lawyers and they're nodding up and down, so I guess I'm allowed to do it that way. Okay, there you go. All right, so any thoughts on recommendations, Senator Bowser?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm not sure exactly how to phrase this, but something sort of needs to be done around SB 291 and extending that and providing those extended provisions. There was a sunset in there, and whatever we need to keep going forward. I was making some comments about the great work that the KSO's office is doing, but again, they're sort of tied into 291, and we got to make sure that they can continue to do the work that they need to do.
Any discussion on that? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was like Senator Bowser. I had made a note of that. I didn't really know how to word it, but because it is a committee recommendation, this committee recommending to the full legislature, I don't know if we want to just recommend the removal of the sunset, or our staff is always much better at getting the wording just right for us. But I'm in full agreement with Senator Bowser. A little unusual, but I just.
So clock's right twice a day, or so broken clock's right twice a day. Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's the funding for that? What fiscal year does it go through right now, or does everything end right at that sunset?
Yeah, I believe it sunsets in 2026. So I'd imagine that'd be what, July 1st?
So July 1st.
Could our reviser, do you have any?
That's what I was thinking. There was something else to that.
Okay, so while we're on the topic of this bill, I also think it needs a little more teeth. I think what we heard, we're not in executive session anymore, but I think what we heard would lead me to think that maybe they need some authority to compel compliance. And I would like to limit it to the governor's office, like all the governor's, administration, because there are other elected offices that are executive branch, but they have elected officials, and I think they need the flexibility to, it's voluntary compliance for them, and obviously you don't want the governor checking all the emails for the legislature or whatever. I mean, you don't want a situation where the legislature or the judicial branch are compelled to, throw open their network. So you could imagine some future situation where that might not be okay. But I think for the state agencies that are under the governor, I think that OTIS has to have the authority to compel them if they're going to be on their networks. Okay, hearing no objection. Okay, so Kate, you want to give us a what we think we just said?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Kate Smeltzer, KLRD. All right, should I do an overview of what we've heard entirely from start to finish so far, or just what we just said?
What would the recommendation look like?
So it would probably sound around the lines of I actually have the ICR, but Jill may correct me, but it would sound along the lines of the committee would recommend to the legislature to allow OITS to have authority to compel them if they are utilizing their networks or something along that lines. I'll let Kyle judge if he. Yes.
Yeah, I'm thinking remove the sunsets for SB 291 and give the OTIS authority to compel state agencies under the governor in the executive branch to comply with network requirements. Does that capture what everybody's thinking? Okay, is there any objection to that being a recommendation of the committee? Okay, hearing none. It's accepted. Any other recommendations? Senator Bowser again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I made a note to myself this morning. Colonel Marshall started talking about unmanned aerial UAVs, and I think he made the comment that only the military in our state has the authority to bring down one of those UAVs, and that maybe we need to authorize law enforcement to also bring down a UAV if it's a threat or a menace or something like that.
Any discussion on that? Senator Peck?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this committee have the authority to introduce legislation? The reason I ask if, and we'll get an answer, but if we do, then we could just start the process of getting it, legislation introduced. If we do not, then it would simply be a recommendation that a committee, and we could even name the committee, but
And you'd have to, it'd be like one committee introducing legislation and another committee, because we're not, I mean, we meet once a year, so that would be a little. You stop asking hard questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Kyle Hamilton with the Revisor's Office. Under the enabling statute for the Joint Committee in KSA 463301, it states that the Joint Committee may introduce such legislation as deemed necessary in performing the committee's functions.
So would this qualify?
Doesn't have very much on his plate.
No, this is a big deal, though. Yeah, this is a big deal, though. I mean, yeah. I mean, so would it be a recommendation, or would it be the committee will?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the committee wills it, you could just make a committee recommendation to introduce a bill for the 2026 session wherein this committee would be the primary sponsor of the bill.
Does that meet your, okay. So, and can you give me the wording that you think you heard? Because I don't know.
Okay, so it would probably sound something along the lines of what you said. So the committee would recommend to introduce legislation regarding authorizing law enforcement, or we're talking about 291, excuse me. It would authorize the authority of, it would authorize, sorry, woo! It would authorize the OITS to have authority to compel compliance and to, I can't even speak.
Yeah.
Woo!
We're on a different topic here. We're
Okay,
talking
so we're talking
about law enforcement neutralizing drones.
Okay, fantastic. So it would sound along the lines that the committee would recommend legislation be introduced regarding the authority to bring down
Law
those.
enforcement authority to neutralize drones.
Apologies, Mr. Chair.
Okay. What, unmanned aerial systems, UAS. Okay. Is there any, Representative Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just also add, I think that's a great idea. Just correctional institutions are included in the definition of law enforcement.
Yeah, and let's specify that, including correction officers or including institutions of the Department of Corrections. Because I want to get in statute that they're law enforcement so I can get them on capers for police and fire, so, which I've been trying to do for 5 years unsuccessfully. Okay, good to go. Is there any objection to,
No, I'm not.
Representative Ruiz, is there any objection to including that as a recommendation? Okay, seeing no objection, it'll be included. Representative Ruiz, did you have something?
Yes, I had just a question or maybe a recommendation. The proposal that the Kansas Highway Patrol had yesterday to make this building more secure was to eliminate the general public from bringing in firearms, not eliminating the legislature and staff and other employees of this building. We could still bring in our, concealed carry, but he did recommend for security purposes, for the protection of the governor, protection of the speaker, the president, and the hierarchy of this building, to eliminate general public from bringing in firearms. I don't know what we want to do with that, but.
Are there any objections besides me? Okay, yeah, I don't think we're going to get unanimous consent on that one, but I appreciate you raising the issue. Would anybody like their objection noted? No. All right. You have another one? Okay, Senator Bowser.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I noted again this morning during the Division of Emergency Management update from Angie Morgan, and she was talking about the upcoming soccer match, the World Cup, and that currently an emergency declaration cannot be longer than 15 days, and that we may need to consider expanding that due to the World Cup and the need for security.
And still having some scar tissue from the COVID era. I think maybe we should limit that authority only to World Cup 2026, not to all emergencies. Not saying anything in particular, just saying. Okay. So is there any discussion on that recommendation? Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the declaration, would that be federal or state?
That's the state declaration by the governor. I don't think we have the authority to do anything.
That's what I was questioning. So when that 15 days runs out, she doesn't have the power to make an amended declaration.
Yeah. I remember a discussion a long time ago about consecutive disaster declarations during COVID. Do you have any insights, Mr. Revisor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not immediately familiar with the emergency provisions, but from what I recall, there is a mechanism in place for the LCC or the legislature to approve and extend state of emergencies, but beyond that 15-day period. But I'll double check and get back to you.
I think one of the issues, I'm not sure how long we would extend it, the 30 days, 45 days?
Yeah, and I kind of like the idea of the legislature voting on a bill rather than something we know that's going to happen, but we're just going to leave it to the LCC. So I think the recommendation, something like for the purposes of the World Cup only, the governor is authorized to declare emergency for more than 15 days. For the duration of the event or something like that. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would that be, again, a recommendation to introduce legislation as we did previously?
Yeah, we could do that. Is there any objection to including that as a recommendation? Okay, seeing no objection, it'll be included. Any other suggestions? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had visited about this yesterday, but a recommendation that specific oversight committees, and I looked online, and we do have 4 specific oversight committees. The Jennings Committee, which is for Correction and Juvenile Justice, the Bethel Committee, which has to do with all of our, well, the Bethel Committee on Can Care Oversight and whatever, but that's an oversight committee. We also have a Fiduciary Financial Oversight Committee and a Child Welfare Oversight Committee. But the recommendation would be that these 4 oversight committees, and this is just us recommending to them so the chairs can decide whether they do or do not, that they receive the legislative post-audit reports regarding IT security. And I don't know if we need to put it in language that it might need to be an executive session or just let the chairs decide that. I'm sure that post-audit will tell our chairs that this is something that we can only provide to you in executive session. But I think that it's a little bit like we had someone say, we keep hearing these reports, and then it doesn't seem like there's been any action or any follow-up. So it's time for somebody to step up. And so just recommend that the oversight committees look at or receive these reports. I don't know what wording. I'll leave that up to staff.
So maybe something like the committees with oversight for the agencies that were reviewed by legislative post-audit for IT security receive briefings on those, on the results of those audits.
That's fine by me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is there any objection to including that or discussion? Okay, seeing none, it'll be included as a recommendation. Are there any other recommendations before I go through my laundry list? Okay, Senator Peck, your guys are scratching them all off for me, so keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to back up. So that was a recommendation to the oversight committees, is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's what we said. It's to the recommendation to the committees with oversight for the state agencies that were subject to the post-audit, legislative post-audit on information security.
The reason I asked that question, I had made myself a note as Chair of Ag and Natural Resources to invite LPA to provide a report on state fairs. So this would just be, though, for the oversight, not necessarily recommending that all committees, because we don't have technically oversight of the state fair. We just bring the budget through the Ag Committee. So we're looking, I don't want to wordsmith this to death, but I want to make sure that I understand. So we're.
Yeah, no, it doesn't, I don't think it precludes a committee that doesn't have oversight from saying, oh, yeah, we need to, it just, we're definitely recommending that the ones with oversight do it.
I agree with that. If
You
I-
want to
If
list?
I were not on this committee and chair of a committee, I'd have never even thought or known about.
So
I
do
don't
you
know.
think we should specify the committees?
Well, I'm, Mr. Chairman, flexible on that. I can leave that.
Could we ask research to go through the list of agencies? Not right here, but go through the list of agencies and identify the committees with some passing interest in them? And then we can, when we do the draft for everybody to review before we make the report final, you'll have a chance to look and make sure that all the committees you wanted included were included. And if they aren't, then we can, does that work?
That's fine by me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, awesome. Okay, any other recommendations? Okay, so two things that jumped out at me through this discussion. The first one was about World Cup. And I'm not sure I was satisfied by any of the answers I got as to how the money was going to be distributed that we received from the federal government for security. And I think that the legislature has a role in, or maybe the State Finance Committee, but I think that we should, because this is a problem we know is going to happen, right? This is not like a could happen. This is a thing that is going to occur, is we're going to get a big check, and nobody has really enunciated who is responsible for oversight to make sure it goes to the right agencies. So I would like to make a recommendation that we introduce legislation to give the State Finance Council the authority to oversee the distribution of any funds from the federal government in connection with World Cup. Is there any discussion on that? Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a point of clarification, the young lady said this morning that it would be, federal government would be giving money or a check to the host city, which is Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah, she said that was a rumor. That was a rumor. That, I don't think we know which agency is going to get the money, but I think that any federal money, I mean, we voted tens of millions of dollars to support the World Cup. I think that any federal dollars that we get to support that, we have, we should have a role in saying how that gets spent.
And I agree, Mr. Chairman, since I'm from Wyandotte County, we're right across the street, so.
And I want to make sure those great law enforcement professionals that we heard from, they get a cut. They get a cut because they're taking on a huge responsibility. So is there any objection to including that as a recommendation or any more discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll include it. The other one that I heard that I would like to discuss is, and it's mostly me complaining about it, but I didn't really get an answer that I liked. data centers that are providing their own power, that I think that we need to, in statute, give someone authority to require them to meet the same security measures as something that's plugged into the grid. Because, I mean, that's critical infrastructure. I mean, if a data center goes down, you'd see what happened with like AWS and all that. So legislation and is KCC the authority for regulation of, or making sure that they're meeting that our current power plants are meeting those requirements? Is that what we heard from them?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From what I recall, they do regulate a significant portion of power supply entities that are on the grid, and then that ceases for those who self-build and are off the grid.
Okay. Go ahead.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just play devil's advocate here for just a second. So if I'm a private entity, I'm building a private data center, and I've got a private power generation unit, that seems to me to be wholly private, and that I don't need government telling me how to secure my power generation.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's that list of critical infrastructure security elements that all of our other power generation, and our other power generation's owned by private companies. And so, you know, if Wolf Creek or one of the coal fire plants, they have to meet all those standards because the impact is.
But the difference would be, and that's true, that's a great point, but the difference is Evergy, for example, is providing energy to the public. The data center's I'm just got a bunch of smart computers running.
Yeah.
Interesting question, though. I don't know where to go with that, but very interesting.
Maybe it's a recommendation to hold further hearings on, because my concern is some kind of security breach that creates a hazard to the public outside of the power plant or outside of the data center, or, you know, there's something critical on that data center, and because they weren't doing the due diligence that any other power.
It feels like we need to have them do some cybersecurity stuff. I just don't know.
Yeah.
If it's.
So would everybody be okay with further, you know, recommend that the legislature or maybe the utilities and energy committees hold hearings on security for power plants dedicated to data centers?
I think so, but we may discover in these hearings that, hey, they're already doing that. You know,
Yeah.
that's maybe we'll find out. They're trying to protect their own facilities,
Yeah, and I mean,
their own interests.
and we are definitely talking about a hypothetical now because we don't have any data centers that are building their own, but it may be a thing that happens in the future because it sounds like that's the model that all these data centers are moving to. Okay, is there any objections to including that as a recommendation? Okay, so that'll be included. Are there any other recommendations that we want to talk about for the committee? Okay, so the procedure here, I don't know who's been on the committee before and who hasn't, but the procedure is that the team here will write a report about what we did in the committee. Right up front of that will be recommendations. So please, you know, obviously, please take a look at the whole thing and make sure it reflects what we did here, but also pay particular attention to the recommendations and make sure they say what it is you want them to say, because I think this is it's important that we be communicating clearly to the legislature. Okay, is there anything else for the good of the order? Any other items that we want to talk about or discuss? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to circle really back really quickly about the declarations of disaster. I got confirmation. So the applicable statutes in KSA 48-924 subsection B, paragraph 3, and it says that no state of disaster emergency may continue for longer than 15 days unless ratified by concurrent resolution of the legislature with the single exception that upon specific application by the governor to the LCC and an affirmative vote of 5 members of the LCC, a state of disaster emergency may be extended for specific periods not to exceed 30 days each. So for this, the CUP that would be taking place during the summer and the legislature wouldn't be in session, under a current statute, it would be the LCC. They would have to keep extending it for 30-day periods.
And I think since we know this is a thing that's going to happen, I think that it's a good idea to have the entire legislature vote for this authority for this specific event. So if nobody objects, we'll keep that in. Okay. So last call, anything for the good of the order? Okay, I want to thank everybody for a great conversation and for your attention and for your presence and for all of the great input and feedback and questions. I think that I got a lot out of this. I hope you all got something out of it too. But thank you very much, and we are adjourned.